All right, welcome back to the party, everybody. I am your host, Luch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of Common Sense. How is everybody doing? Happy Saturday! Happy Saturday! So, as is customary with the roll up and chill streams, I want to start off with my PSA. That, of course, everything that we are doing here is only going to be tobacco. So there's no illegal activity in any of the 50 states going on here. But we do need to grind things up. So this is a normal size grinder. Sharpstone, that's typically what you're going to find with a normal grinder. But, kind of a little thing. And if you, puff it like I puff, then you need a little bit more in there. So I got this big daddy. You can tell, very different. But what I did not do, what I forgot to do, was to check inside. And so you can see that the size of the teeth are extremely different. Even the holes, there's some in there, so the holes are different sizes. And so this one is going to get a much coarser grind. And especially if you are packing cones like I am, then that is not what you want. You want a nice fine grind, and I will show you exactly how to do that. Who we got in the building? Say what up, what up, what up. I figure, depending on what you guys want, we could finish up the Tim Walls hearing, or I got some other stuff. I always got stuff for you. Well, let's see what is good. Shout out to TV Viewerski. Welcome to the party. Yes, that is right, guys. I should start this. I'm smart. There we go. If you are on the vertical stream and you don't want to be there, just click the description and we'll bring you over to the landscape of landing. Horizontal. Let me see. Welcome. What is going on, brother? So I forgot to, like, the old, my old plug used to have these printed labels on the bags. And so when I got all that stuff, I just take the label off and put it right on the jar, so I knew exactly what it was. But now I don't remember. Shout out to Prince Woodley. Welcome. Any relation to Tyron Woodley? And I miss being into UFC now. Oh, that is tonight, huh? That is tonight. Maybe we'll pop over and hang out with the Filthy Casual MMA watch party for a little bit. Interesting. What are you guys up to? Oh, yeah. So I don't know exactly what strains I have. I remember, I ordered the strains that I wanted, but they just, the new plug, they just write it on top of these little plastic jars. So I just pour the jar in, and now I don't remember what the name is. But anyway, I got Purple Runts, Purple Kush, Cotton Candy, and Glitter Bomb, I think. I don't remember. But I always go for more fruity sounding names. Tend to do well for me. Anything Kush is going to be fire, and purple is usually a good sign. There's the word purple in the title. That's usually a good sign. Or my favorite is Gorilla Glue number 4. I don't know what they did. But they did it right. And so if you have been here for other roll up and chill streams, you'll see that exactly. What was I just gonna say? Oh yeah, the other definitely shout out to the fruity indicas. That's the only fruity stuff I like. Yeah, what was I going to say? Oh, so I, was in between plugs for a while, and so I had to go to the dispensary, the tobacco dispensary, of course. And, of course, they have the most expensive shit, and, a big purchase at the dispensary is buying 1 ounce of their basic shit. And they don't sell their good shit they sell all their good shit in little fucking things like that, where is it, 7 grams? Yeah, I'll go through this in a night, bro. Maybe not a night, but not too long. And so I was buying. That's how I ended up utilizing the Keef, which we will show you in a minute. Because I was like, all right, well, if there's no way to get good bud, but there is actual Keef and actual extracts, then THC is THC is THC at the end of the day. You know. Really? I think like sativas just do not work for me anymore, and I miss that. I miss the giggly fun high that you would get from like a sativa when you were when you were a newbie, and I don't get there anymore. And even fucking what do you call it? What can I think? Oh yeah, even edible. They have. I've showed you guys some of the edibles that started me using CBN, and that's just fire. So same brand. For normally I would take 2 to 3 10 milligram gummies and be out because of the CBN. Without the CBN, I need like 50, 60, 70 milligrams of food. But 20, 30 was plenty when you add the CBN. So I'm like, all right, this company's got to be legit. Maybe without the CBN, if you get the daytime gummies, then it's not going to be, putting me to sleep, but it should do the job, right? No. I ate the entire tin. There's still only 100 milligrams. But 100 milligrams of gummies didn't feel a damn thing. Didn't feel a damn thing. So I'm allergic to sativas for that reason. This one's definitely either purple grunt or purple kush. Purple something. Shout out to Lone Wolf and Cub. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you again, guys. If you do not like the vertical, check the description. You can go on over. What's going on? Rolling up right now. But like I said yesterday, I do want to finish the Tim Walz hearing, but only if you guys really care. Because I think we got a good understanding of like what was going on, and it's not like anything is gonna come of it. But I do still think it's important to see it. But I understand if it's not really interesting enough for a stream. That's something I can just watch on my own time. But you let me know. We got Aiden. Welcome. I would love a Cheeto. Can I have more than one? Because a Cheeto, they're like Pringles. Once you pop, you just can't stop. I actually never was huge into Cheetos. Not that I don't like them, but that was never like a part of the normal diet. Part of the normal munchy snacking. You always gotta get a salty and a sweet. And so usually, again, candy is candy. So I get whatever kind of gummy candy, gummy worms, gummy rings, something like that. And then something salty. And so then you making a food like nachos or something. Nachos and candy. Yeah, the flame. I'm sure I've had Flamin' Hot Cheetos, but it's not really my thing. No shade, but I don't know. Like I'd much rather have. I guess I'm not really a salty snack kind of guy now that I think about it. Hey, we got Bethy Crazy in the building. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya. How are you doing on this Saturday evening? Rolling up, and then we're gonna get into a little bit of trouble. Whether it's Tim Walz getting into trouble, or we go find a panel and get into some trouble. We're gonna get into some trouble. Oh man, chocolate's great. chocolate's great because especially when you're munching and it's like you want a lot. Chocolate is way less unhealthy than sour gummy worms. You know what I mean? And so I have a sweet tooth. So if I again whether it's not just the Cheetos and the Pringles, once it pop, I don't stop. And so I buy a big thing of any kind of chocolate. I mean, Reese's is king, obviously, but any kind of chocolate. Hershey Kisses. And I would never chew on it. You let them melt in your mouth. And that's why peanut M&Ms are fucking amazing. If you don't think peanut M&Ms are amazing, not saying it's the best candy ever, but they are amazing. It's specifically because of the balance of salty and sweet. All right, step 1 complete. Oh no. Those Walker candies are yup. Oh, the sour Skittles, bro. Sour Skittles or the Skittles in the purple. Are those the tropical ones? I don't know, but the purple bag Skittles. So Skittles are Starburst. I think I enjoy Starburst more than Skittles, but again, I could eat but then we got Airheads. I could eat Airheads all goddamn day. Alright, so we clean up the situation. And now we got a nice gummy Skittle. I always like anything gummy is going to be a winner for me. So then we got this all packed up with our tobacco. And then instead of just popping this on and grinding through, because remember these giant teeth and the big holes, I'm gonna get a bunch of basically mini nuts, and then when I try to pack those into the roll up, it's just gonna rip the paper, and we don't want that. I want to find you want to find where the highest part is, because you want to put pressure. So this side is pointing out a little bit more than this side. I'm going to start over here, because if you try to grind all of it flat, then it's pushing against all of the material at the same time. But oh, and spin. Boom. Oh shit! I thought it was locked in. There we go. And so now it's grinding up, but it's not falling through. Oh, this is icky. See, this is what I was trying to avoid, having to really muscle through it. But I think I might just. There we go. I thought there was already butt in here, so I didn't need it to pack it that tight. But there we go. So now all the time it's still up in here, grinding. There you go, Prince. That's the secret. Shout out to Daniel Cabrera, the verdant archer, who taught me that. Then we'll go right back. Oh. Well, yeah, usually what I'll do, we'll see. That might have just been because there was a lot, or that might have been because it was sticky. So, just a little bit stuck around the edges. Boom. And of course, guys, this stream will be demonetized. If you want to get the puppy a treat, that would be greatly appreciated. Not really. I've been looking to get into playing games. I was playing Until Dawn. I'm not really a gamer, so I don't have a dexterity to do a first-person shooter type thing. So I was getting into Until Dawn. I don't know. People weren't really into it, and I don't know if my My PC downstairs can really handle good games, so we'll see. Maybe eventually when I've got the money to, that, because I think my graphics card is kind of weak. There's, I don't know much about computers and stuff. I just, needed something that I could run my show on. I was running my show on this laptop that I'm on for forever. And then, I wanted to expand and I got a PC. But again, it's just streaming and showing videos. So it was, it was not cheap, but it was, lower tier. Yeah, then what is good? Welcome to the party. So let's do the reveal. Rolling up, and we are telling. I was just, so you probably know the trick of turning the grinder upside down. We get a nice, and then yeah. So maybe you can see, it's not that it's fine. It doesn't need the rubbing alcohol. There was just that much butter in here. And again, I forgot that there was some in here already. So. Nice and fine. Nice and fine, almost like a powder. Not only is that going to give you a smoother burn, but it's going to make it a lot easier to pack. It is hot. All right. Show a little skin. Just show a little skin. Ooh. So that's our first and second steps. Then, like I was saying before, in case you don't have the good, then you can pack a little keef in there. It'll, boost your THC levels. And we just pack. Oh, TV's getting his own now. All right, so I've got one there already. I've got a half. Let's do 3. 3 and 4. Let's do 4. Let's do 4. I have tomorrow off. And I'm not talking to you motherfuckers. You can sit around. Might as well pack it up now. So I don't have to do it tomorrow. And yes, I mean, obviously it takes longer when I'm talking to you guys and stuff. But, yep, I do this every day. Every day I usually have, I smoke between 2 and 3 of these king-size joints every night. Usually one plus to kind of get into when I'm sleepy, and then I'll wake up in the middle of the night and smoke another one. I'll be out. Okay. Well, I just turned the fan on. Yeah, this fan on hot, but I don't want to change. This thing is so comfy. Shout out to Guamtech, who said to get the hooded robe. It's so comfy, but it is warm. It's rather warm. Man, right on me. Right. So then, of course, we take the cone. Make sure the strip is on the bottom so it doesn't get folded over. Oh man, the countdown begins. The countdown begins. We should be ready about the same time. Once I get caught up with that. Yeah, are you talking about the key? That I got from the dispensary. It's legal here, but yeah, if you ask for you ask the plug, whether it's a dispensary or whatever, for keef, you may not have it batter with a BADDER. That's also a different type of extract. It's more of like it's almost like a goo. It's a little bit more viscous. It's not liquidy. It's almost like a goo, and you can kind of scrape a little out. This is what I used to do. Take a little bit of the batter, and this tool, I take a little bit of the batter, and then I'd slide that in, and then I'd wipe it off down here, and so then it would be stuck on there, and then I'd just pack that in. But I found that the keef is a little bit easier. And technically you are wasting a little bit because those extracts, the batter, shatter, all those things are meant to be heated to a much higher degree, you're wasting a little bit. So, because of the fact that we are adding, heat to the mix, I don't want any of that heat to fall through. I want to make a nice little floor so that now, because this whole thing is the mouthpiece, and it's just, it just curled around itself. Every roll up and chill stream is demonetized. But whatever. I'm doing it for the love of the game. And then we take. I tend to do about half at a time. And then we take the scoop for the key. Where is everybody? Is everybody doing the debates already? Shit. A little more to that. A little more. There we go. And then it's just powder on the, you can see the little flakes of it. I'm gonna mix it in, pack it up. Your button with your logo for this robe. That would be pretty cool. That would be pretty cool. Right, so I'm just gonna do a little break it up, mix it up, and pack her in. And repeat the second half. And repeat until you have as many jumps as you want. You guys, so does anybody here specifically want to see the rest of the Tim Walz hearing? I could pop that on right now. Is that you, bro? Is that you, bro? Hey. Shout out to TV viewers. There we go. Morty, come get a treat. Yeah, come here. With that $10 PayPal. Thank you. So very, very much. I don't know what happened. Yesterday it said that the payment didn't go through, but I appreciate you either way. Thank you. I just gave it to him. I didn't even show the camera. My apologies. Let's try that one again. Let's try that one again. You get an extra. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Thank you, sir. Yeah, I figured. I was thinking about it, and again, I'm glad that we he is such a good boy. I'm glad, even if we don't want to go through the rest of the whole thing, I do still think it was important to make sure that we saw exactly what it was, specifically because of the reaction that I saw with people being like, wait, what? It's like this? Like, yeah, this is how politics works, bro. It's not, high-minded and like you would think it should be. But, I'm not done yet, bro. He loves to lick the weed stink off my finger. You gotta let me roll up first, please. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Yeah, you. No, not the other hand. I need you to go over here. Thank you, Bubba. Thank you. Good job. All right. Don't worry. You'll get all the finger licks. And I'm done. With just that one scoop, I'm already up to here. And now that I see, okay, that was a little more than half. That's why I don't try to do it all in one go. And then I can see, all right, now I need a little less than half. And because it's less than half, adding less keep. Perfect. Oh, perfect. The funny thing is, like, this will get all caked up with Keith, and then when I scoop it, it sticks to it. I just burn it right off. Yeah, man. I don't know what's happened with your PayPal, brother, but the same thing happened. Let's see. I know you're not. Um, I know you're not like doing it. Let's see. What do we got going on here? Come on, PayPal. We have puppies to feed. We have puppies to feed. Let's see. Oh wait, did you? Oh, you sent another one? Oh, brother. Yeah. So the hill. Let's see. We'll get him. We'll get him in anyway. But the Hail Morty one was canceled. We'll see if the fixed one is there. But thank you so very much. We love giving Morty treats. We love giving Morty treats. There we go. There we go. Thank you. So very much. Oh, Morty, you stepped on the fucking thing! Oh, I wasn't looking. He stepped on the thing. It's all over. Most of it is good, and luckily I didn't mix in the Hold on. Luckily I didn't mix in the keep yet. You can see that right here. Oh, what a blunder! Party foul! That's on me. I know that's on me, but okay. So let me make sure. Where's the thing? Let's scoop up the keep first. Okay, so the keep is safe. Let me just put that. I'm gonna put that back in the thing. Oh Jesus! This, of course, it couldn't be while I was wearing a normal hoodie where it would just all fall off. It gets caught in all these little things. Go to the corner. What is this? There's a splinter in here. Shoot! Alright, that's workable. Next, we got a clean scoop. These are the moments, guys. You never know what's gonna happen. The insanity. Let's see how well we can clean this up. There is a little pile here on the bed. I cannot move it and just shake it out. Aha! That worked. All right. Back in business, baby. Back in business. Okay. All right. We're good. That was my bad. I should have been paying better attention. All right. And we're back. Yeah, right. Oh, no. Hey, not in a row. Shout out to Guam Tag. Yes, sir. That's the reason I got this thing. And it is comfy as a motherfucker. Yeah. Yeah, welcome. We also got the man. Welcome. Spark it. I ain't even rolled it yet. This is a roll up and chill, not spark up and chill. We're probably gonna spark up anyway, but I like drinking with you guys better. But either way, Marty's always forgiven. Oh, that was my fault, right? I should have been looking. I was it dumped on the carpet? Yeah. Oh, yep. Been there. I'll do you one better. Where if you have if you're doing let's say powdery substances, whether to go up or go down, and that gets knocked over in the carpet. I have definitely snorted some carpet dust. The only thing worse, liquid. It gets wet. That's, if you have some kind of thing that you chopped up and you spill a cup of fucking anything, the more addicted to it that you are, the worse it is. Got you, brother. Vape is king. I like my my little guy here, but you can probably even see, like, it gets all gunked up. And I mean, yeah, obviously, you know, you just clean it, but this is like a backup. So like, I roll up all these joints, and then let's say one night, because I have like this tap that I smoked earlier. I'm like, all right, you know, since I have that, then those are even worse. Hell no. Get the disposables over the 501 threaded rate. Those are bad. I hate those. Those do nothing to me. And the problem is that, similar to, like, this is just a nicotine vape thing, but similar to this, where it has, like, when you inhale and get the vapor, it's because the liquid is soaked into whatever type of cotton or whatever they're using for it to go through. They're not just burning the liquid, and so you can't really cheat on it like that. And the only thing that helps is that those things make you cough like a motherfucker. So nah. Blunts are obviously the best. If we're going paper. Blunts are obviously the best. Then we're thinking a bowl or a bong, depending on the bowl and the bong. Then joints. Carts are at the bottom for me, man. Carts are at the bottom. They just never seem to. They never seem to get me there. And they burn out. They burn out so quickly. They'll be like, you know, a decent amount left, and it just won't hit anymore because it's below. I don't know exactly how it is. Now, like, let's say in the middle here, that little thing is where it's absorbed into. Then the liquid will be down here, so it doesn't get absorbed into this thing. So there's still some in there. You can't do it. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a process, as we have seen many times, as I'm doing here. But I would rather go through the process now to have a more a smoother smoking experience. That's why I'd roll multiple at a time, so that, like, my friend doesn't like to do that. My boy, he'll just be like, all right, let's roll up another one, and smoke it right away. It's like, all right, but then in fucking half an hour, we're going to want to smoke another one, and we got to fucking break up and everything and all that. We trip to INSA? What is INSA? I've not heard of that. I have not. Obviously, Nightbot is set for when we have some more people, but, you know. It wasn't working forever. I don't know why. I don't know what happened. But I set it to work, and even now the commands don't work. Like, if I type I do like exclamation Discord, it's supposed to bring up the thing. I think it never does. Let's see. It is also a little bit frustrating that because it's two different streams, every Nightbot message takes up the entire fucking chat. We're working on it. Alright. I overestimated that one a little bit. We just got to dump that back in, even though that's already keeped up, you know, a tiny little bit. 5 times mag, winter clementine vape. Yeah, I ain't gonna say no. I'll try it. I'm down. But I would just imagine, however good Clementine, like whatever strain Clementine, I assume is the brand, whatever strains they have, I would probably just enjoy the flower more. Nice, a nice thick pack at the top, so that when you're lighting it, it doesn't boat, it doesn't canoe. If it's really loose at top, then whichever side is looser is just going to go that way. You want a nice tight pack just at the very top, get a chance to all get there. But you want all of this loosey-goosey. Loosey-goosey. Just like your mama, the looser, the better. Yep. I love. I really don't enjoy joints that aren't packed cones because I feel like you can't get the kind of pack that I like. I like a nice tight, even though I just loosen that up because I'm fucking jamming that shit in there. You get a nice fine grind and you pack it real tight, and then when you loosen up, it is significantly more even. So then once you're pulling it, then you can take nice big pulls. It's solid, solid quality, and because it's looser, you're not like you're actually pulling. You're actually pulling when we get that dog. Let's get out the vet. We did go to the vet last week. What do you ask? Just for a checkup. He's old, he's got an enlarged heart valve, he's not gonna last too much longer, but I mean he's going strong. He's going strong. He don't I'm seeing little things of him like being old. Like he doesn't jump up on the bed anymore, he'll use the stairs. He will certainly jump down off of the bed, which I hate that he does. But I also see him going down the stairs. I also see him going down the stairs a little bit slower. And that's gonna be an issue because with his medicine, he usually needs to pee in the middle of the night, and so I have the puppy pad downstairs, and he knows it's there, like he knows the spot. But I don't know. Very soon he might not be able to get down the stairs, and I have one up here. I have one just to see if oh. Gotta check for stems. Watch the stem. We don't want that in there. So it is Morty with an O, but we do have. We do gotta get more. If you go to the IndianJesus.com, you can get your very own. Definitely once he passes, we're gonna have, a legit memorial shirt. The Morty and Lutch South Park edition. Open. What are we doing? Hello? Oh man, is it not working? Well, it may not be working at the moment, but me in the IndianJesus.com. Yeah, buddy. I actually get that sorted out. I actually don't make any money off of that. Somebody set up the store for me, and they're like, yeah, I think you're going far. I just want to get it on the ground floor. And so I was like, all right, well, you're doing all the work for right now. I don't necessarily think a lot of people are going to be buying stuff. So you take care of that. But we're getting up there. I gotta figure out like, hey, that's my merch. I gotta get some money from this shit. Yeah, man, getting the word out there and letting people know the Indian Jesus is the one. That's why I asked you guys to share the videos so much. It really makes a difference. And again, it does not even matter if you think anybody's gonna click on the link that you share. Just by sharing the video, it tells YouTube, oh, I like this. Maybe other people will too. That's a big one. Ooh, is that too much? That might be a little bit too much right here. This guy. So what I'll do, I'll mix it up. I'll mix it up, and then if we need, I can add some more flour to even it out. Shout out to Death Poet. Welcome to the party. Thank you. Shout out again to our boy Tech for the suggestion. I mean, look at that. And then we got the like what's the like Merlin? How are you doing on this fine Saturday evening? I guess I'm good. Yeah, I'm not really in the mood for that Tim Walz thing either. So what we can do, I've been sharing some stuff on Twitter. Yeah. Oh, that looks good. That looks good, baby. Nice and clean and fresh. All right, let's see. Page isn't working. Well, fantastic. Share screen. Ooh, what is this? What do we got here?
You don't think Crowder is a racist. Is that a fair characterization on your opinion?
If your definition of racism is hating everyone who is black, for example, racist towards black.
Yeah, I mean, being racist towards a certain group of people because of the color of their skin or maybe what they look like. Or maybe
what does racism mean?
Let me know how the sound is. I can turn it up for you guys if you need.
Well, I think you know what it means. I think I know what it means.
Are you guys familiar with this guy with the newspaper boy hat? The what's his name? Brian Shapiro. He was on Timcast a couple times. He's been in a bunch of different arguments with Rob Noor, and he's gone up against Andrew Wilson, and never looked good. But he is entertaining. He's an old school Iron Man fan. The Mandarin was badass in the comments. See, I never young Ben Kingsley. There we go. Which was the movie that they retconned that character? Oh no, that was Wonder Man. Wonder Man. I think Ben Kingsley was the best part of Wonder Man. I did watch it. I don't really talk about Marvel stuff anymore because it's just like, you know. But he did really well in that. The only thing that unites the left is hate. Good luck with that, indeed. Yeah. All right. Let's see what this liberal is yelling about. Is Trump a racist?
The listeners
No,
know
it's really
you
important.
when you generalize a group of people based on and you make assumptions about them, or mock a group of people because of the color of their skin or because
No. That wouldn't meet my definition.
And he launched into this imitation of a black man.
Nice. Wait, was that
posing as
was that a cut? Did we get a cut from who posted this? Okay, well, so let's say after yesterday's debate, Brian Shapiro arranged for me to meet with the NAACP, quote, because I need to be educated about racism. God damn it. You can watch the entire debate, but it feels like a long HR meeting. He claims that Steven Crowder is racist, but fails to provide evidence. All right.
Racist towards black.
Yeah, I mean, being racist towards a certain group of people because of the color of their skin or maybe what they look like. Or maybe
what does racism mean?
Well, I think you know what it means. I think I know what it means.
This is one of the ones that I wish I would have. Now that I see it, I wish I would have shared this because there was on TikTok. That's all I did today. I bed rot and doom scrolled all day. There was it was a video of a black family. It was a black dad with I think it was two sons, maybe a son and a daughter, and they were just talking about voter ID and not anything like too deep, but just the general idea of like why we want to use identification. And then the dad pulled up an old clip of Chuck Schumer talking very plainly about how, well, of course we need ID. In every other area of life, you know, we use identification to act like voting ID for voting is something wrong, is silly. And then, of course, we get his thing with the SAVE Act. 2026 racism is number one concern. Yeah, 2026, 2025, 2024, 2020, 2017. I mean, that's all they ever
Listen,
had.
No, it's really
you
important.
when you generalize a group of people based on and you make assumptions about them, or mock a group of people because of the color of their skin, or because
No. That wouldn't meet my definition.
and he launched into this imitation of a black man, posing as a
Right.
farmer to obtain money, and he
And
said,
again, and this is an example where I can already anticipate the road you're going down. But how is that evidence that he hates all black people?
it's evidence that he's racist. And I'm going to read you what he said.
But
I'm a
what is your
plowman.
definition of racism?
Well, I'll get to the definition, but let me get through what he said first, and then we'll let the listeners decide if you don't think this is racism. And I haven't even gotten it.
And this is the frustrating part, that like when these people who just make the same arguments over and over, it's like, okay, I've heard this argument before. I know where you're going with this. And they get offended. Like, how dare, let me speak. It's like, okay, you say the thing that I know that you're going to say, that you know that you're going to say. Let's waste the time just so you can say it. Why don't we save the time? You're going to say this, right? That's wrong because X. But no. And then because we, meaning people who pay attention to what other, Warren's more so, I don't know him that well, but he usually comes out on the right-leaning things. But because these people don't understand that we understand what they're thinking and where they're coming from, that they try to do the same thing without knowing where we're coming from. It's like, I know where you're going to go with that, but you don't. It's not a problem if I cut you off and be like, oh, so you're saying the thing. Like, let's say that you didn't remember what the trolley problem was. And I'm like, do you know the trolley problem? And you were like, sounds familiar, but I don't really remember. And I started saying, well, there's a train going on the track, and there's a person tied down on the tracks. And you're like, oh, yeah. You're like, wait, let me finish. It's like, no. You already reminded me. I do remember what you're saying. Shout out to Jason. Welcome to the party. Supposedly it was a half-naked girl reading scripture on YouTube. Well, I definitely cannot compete with that. Yep. The walls work. Indeed. All right, let's see what stupid argument he's fucking making.
I'm going to read you what he said.
I'm a plowman.
Well, I'll get to the definition, but let me get through what he said first, and then we'll let the listeners decide if you don't think this is racism. And I haven't even gotten into some of the other stuff about his personal life, but I just want to focus on the racist stuff first. Can you look at me right now with a straight face, Warren, and tell me this stuff isn't racist stuff?
You haven't told me how you define racism.
All right, so we're going to get into a word game now. Okay, let me define you what I think racism is. And by the way,
see why that's important, though, right?
This is also how this is why he doesn't like Andrew Wilson. I mean, there's plenty of reasons not to like Andrew Wilson. But, it's a word game now. It's not a word game. It's a conversation. The words that we're using are important. How are we supposed to communicate with each other if we don't know what we're saying?
Nonsense.
You can mean something completely different than me. I told you my definition, and nothing you provided would meet that definition.
Okay, well, you can play word games with me, Warren, but this is when I get frustrated with you. When you attack somebody because they're Asian, and you attack their physical appearance, that is the definition of racism.
Okay, so any Asian person who's ever attacked, even if it's by another Asian person, then that Asian person is racist against Asians. Because anytime you attack an Asian person, that's racism against Asians. Seems like we could use a better definition on what exactly you mean by racism. The only argument from the left is rehashing their BS. They've not been programmed for the new plan yet. Yep. Well, I mean, I'm not saying anything, but that is a sus hat.
And you attack their physical appearance. That is the definition of racism.
How did he attack someone? That's not an attack.
Did you not just hear what I just read?
Yeah, I don't think any of that would constitute.
Warren, you're so disingenuous to me right now in defending your friend. It is pathetic. And no, it's not okay. Why can't you just say what he said was wrong? And that's racist.
By what
Why
standard?
are you not capable of? I can see why you defend
And again, you're trying to nail him down on a definition that you haven't agreed upon yet. Why do they get so angry that you just want to understand the words? Oh, because they don't want you. They don't want to be understood. They just want to be right.
And with all due respect,
it's just logic, man.
No, it's not logic. It's you're defending racism and bigotry. That's why
you haven't defined racism. How can I tell you?
When you don't know what racism is? Tell me right
my
now.
Definition.
Okay,
it would be hatred. Okay, go ahead.
So answer the question. When he attacks a woman because she's Asian and attacks the look of her face.
How's that an attack?
You want me to read the quote again? Do I have to read it again to you?
He's making fun of someone. How's that an attack?
And why is he making fun of them? Because of their look?
He's a comedian.
I read his entire quote.
Why can't you define racism?
When you again, we can play word games, and I already gave you.
It's not a word game. It's words have definitions. You're asking if something meets the standard.
Right. At this point, I'd be like, wait, Brian, you realize that I'm not playing a game with you. I don't know what it is that you mean. You're asking me if it's a thing, and I'm saying I don't know what that thing is. This is where I'd bring in blue blah. I'd be like, well, would you agree that what Kamala Harris said at the Jesse Jackson Memorial was blue blah? Like, well, I don't know I don't want to play word games with you. Was it blue blah or not? How could you say it's not blue blah? How dare you? How dare you? Of course it was blue blah. If you don't agree, then you're bad. It's a comedy show. I don't think he means that way, but it definitely is. Plan from the right, more individual freedom, less tax for it, opportunity for everyone, to the point of it's up to you. Horrible stuff. Horrible stuff, man. I don't know if we can abide by that here.
It's you trying to play philosophy word games when you know exactly
word games. What do you mean by racism is a philosophy word game?
Laugh all you want to, Warren. When you know what racism is and you defend Elon Musk.
No, I do. I just told you my definition. Do you agree with my definition, or do you have a different definition?
Well, this isn't racism at all. When you mock
Not by my definition.
When he mocks Kamala Harris for being a fake black,
he might hate Kamala Harris. That doesn't mean he hates all black people for being black.
Why is she not black? Why would he say that then? Is that just funny because he's a comedian?
What does that have to do with anything we're talking about?
Am I black? Am I black?
Why would he say that then? Is that just funny because he's a comedian?
What does that have to do with anything that we're talking about?
It has.
I don't know. What's the theory?
Because he's a racist. That's why. That's what it has to do with it. When you say someone is not black,
white, I just remind me.
How about the Trump?
Remember what we say, guys, about when people try to push a motive onto something that somebody said without an understanding. Well, he must have said it because he's a racist. Or like Warren said, maybe he just hates Kamala Harris. I know what he's thinking. No, you don't. So it's probably just the way that you're thinking. Madman said, left are now fighting for, as of early 2026, the average monthly net salary in Iran is approximately $200 to $500 USD, falling below $300 for many workers due to high inflation and currency devaluation. The yearly average income, roughly $2,400 to $6,000. That's their plan? Or that's numbers. He's running. Yeah, exactly. Right. I mean, what are we talking about? Shout out to Jake. Go Texas. Welcome to the party. We are just rolling up, and I'm just about to pack this one clean. This is the one that got knocked over, and we had it everywhere. But then you take that, you push, make sure that you're still on there. Because there is space taken up by the little scoop part, then you want to give it an extra little pack. Because again, we are about to loosen this up. Oh yeah, nice and toy. Want that toy. Remember, if you once you even it out, it doesn't matter how tough you pack the top, because it's not like by pushing on the top that all of this is going down. It's already packed tight enough that that's not going to be the case. No, maybe this one didn't need to be as full as it is, but now I have that much space to work with to get it where I want it. We got BB. Who voted to not release their own version of the affectionate misconduct files without the? I don't know. That's a good question. All right, dive back in.
When you say
Is
someone
one
is
of your
not
parents
black,
white? I just
how
remind
about
me.
the
Is that
birther issue? How about the Trump birther issue for 5 years? Was that racist, or that is Trump a comedian too? Tell me. I want to know.
Oh, so
I want to know.
So now we're gis galloping. Now we're just going, well, what about that? What about this? What about that? What about this? What about that? What about this? What about that? What about that? How about we talk about what we're talking about, and then we can move on. Another vapor, huh? And again, when I say a vapor, you guys know me. This is tobacco, nicotine, but I got nothing against the process of the vape. I was showing I like the disposables way better than the threaded carts. They get all sticky and icky. Perfect. It is absolutely clearly a process, but I love my joints. Because then again, when I'm ready to go to sleep, then I just light it once. I'm good to go. And it stays lit. I don't have to worry about is it going to dry out? Do I need to give it some time? I don't cough like crazy like the 510 carts make me do. I mean, again, whatever makes you guys happy. You don't have to do what I'm doing. I'm just saying that's my thing. He said Trump was agreeing with Hillary in regard to the birther issue. True. She started it. Yep.
Is that racist, or that is Trump a comedian too? Tell me. I want to know.
I mean,
I want to know. Answer the question.
What is the birther issue?
You're not familiar with it.
Obama,
you're not familiar with anything Donald Trump does that makes him look bad. But I'm going to ask it again because I know you're.
I don't remember some of these things
Oh,
sometimes.
please,
Like last week,
please.
can I just talk for a second?
No. Answer my question. When
he said he doesn't remember. What question do you want him to answer?
Donald Trump for 5 years went on the birther issue and said that Barack Obama wasn't born in the United States of America. Is that
all I needed was a reminder? I just don't remember the slang for something. Like last week, you asked me about Pizzagate. I
Yes
get
or
that
no?
mixed up with gamer.
Was that racist? Yes or no?
If he thinks he has a theory that Obama is not legitimately born in America. I mean, you could have that concern without hating all black people.
That's not racist at all. So for 5 years,
I gave you my definition. That would not be the logical standard.
What about some guy who actually was? Where were they saying he was born? In Haiti or something? Like the problem is that the liberals trying to box him into the equivalency that it is bad or it is mean. Like, okay, yeah, you could say that's not very nice to Obama to say that he wasn't born here. But again, as Warren is stating, racism is a specific thing. And you're trying to say, isn't this bad? But you're saying, isn't this racist? And bad and racist are not always the same thing. Not everything that is bad. Kenya, there you go. Thank you. Well, that's where he's supposedly born, right? But yes, I mean, this is his show too. This is what he does every day. And it's like, bro, it's not like you are across from an Andrew Wilson. Warren's such a chill, like, hey man, I just needed a reminder. Calm down. Liberals, they're never happy unless they're upset.
Just at all. So for 5 years,
I gave you my definition. That would not be the logical standard.
For 5 years with no evidence, and let me be very clear on this because this is very important. Wait.
If we're talking about something for 5 years with no evidence, that's racism. So the Epstein stuff is all racism. We're being racist, says Ben Shapiro. I don't even fucking remember. What is his name? I don't fucking care. Says fucking newsboy. Epstein. The whole Epstein thing. The whole Epstein thing is racism because of this.
5 years with no evidence.
I gave you my definition. That would not be the logical standard.
For 5 years with no evidence. And
that makes it racist.
let me be very clear on this because this is very important.
Oh, he's going to get super clear now. I thought 5 years, no evidence equals racism. But, again, I don't know why you think this is me coming to smoke with you. It has never been that. It is called rolling up and chill. I can't talk while I'm smoking. I don't know why you are here for every single one of them and you complain about every single one of them. You can smoke. I'm not stopping you from smoking. Insane. Who paid for Mandela's plane home from prison? Trump. Really? I did not know that. Who paid for Obama's first campaign? Trump. Reverend Jackson said Trump is not racist. That's the one that just died, right? R.I.P. Mike Tyson. Yeah, I mean, it's obvious. It's obvious because again, what this guy is trying to do is equate anything that is bad to racism, and so he's saying, "Aren't these things bad?" But he's speaking the words, "Isn't this racist?" And so when Warren is saying, "No, it's not racist," Brian's hearing, "No, it's not bad." Semantic obfuscation, and he's doing that on purpose. Well, I can't be for sure, but I wouldn't be surprised if he was doing it on purpose because he wants his audience to be on his side, despite the fact that he's not saying anything. Shout out to Dick Johnson. Welcome to the party. Hey. You gotta be like him if you want to be the best racist.
For 5 years with no evidence, and let me be very clear on this because this is very important. He had zero evidence that Barack Obama wasn't born in the United States of America. But because of his skin color, Donald Trump has said, you weren't born in America. I don't think you were born in America.
Why are you basing it on his skin color?
Oh, well, why did Donald Trump?
Oh, Brian, you're the racist. You're the one that is assuming that the birther thing was about his skin color. Projection. Dilly fucking dilly. He spoke probably 5% of what we've seen, and just boom, got him. In case you missed it.
United States of America. But because of his skin color, Donald Trump has said, you weren't born in America. I don't think you were born in America.
Why are you basing it on his skin color?
Oh, well, what did Donald Trump base it on then? Tell me.
Wasn't it something?
I don't know would be the correct answer to for anybody who is not Donald Trump. But now he has to come up with his own reason. Because again, that's more projection. Kind of secondary projection. But Brian is saying, I know what is in Trump's mind. And Brian is, or Warren is saying, Brian, you don't know what is in Trump's mind. Why do you think that's in his mind? And then Brian comes back and says, well, why do you assume this about his mind? I'm not assuming shit. I'm just going based off what's being said. Why do they always miss the Hillary connection? Convenience. But Warren should really be on top of that too.
About a lack of a birth certificate?
No. You see, not every president has shown their birth. By the way, Barack Obama did. Hey. Donald Trump never apologized for it. Not every president. Why should Barack Obama have to show his birth?
So it was about a tangle around a birth certificate.
When I give you...
So yet again, we're in a situation where, it's fine for anybody else. But if you ask a black person to prove that they are, that's racist. Thank you. Shout out again to Guam Tech. A great purchase here. I love it. I wish I would have gotten it earlier in the fucking season because this thing's warm as hell. I might have to crank up the AC over the whole summer just to wear this shit. I'm wearing shorts with it right now just in case I get up or something. But usually I just put this over my boxers. So it's clutch.
Jokes about slavery, which they've made on the show, which I'm not going to repeat the jokes that Crowder has made about slavery and his co-host, Dave Landau. They've made jokes about slavery.
I mean, he told me about it.
And you could look me in the eye and say, oh, that's okay because he's just a comedian. Or we have to look at the context of it.
You'd have to read the joke.
How
am I supposed to pass judgment without knowing what was said?
So you don't want to pass any judgment, but we'll get into the Biden stuff.
How could I without knowing what was said?
Yeah. Okay. So I gave you the quote of what he said about. No, I don't think you're being reasonable. I think you're making.
How can I judge something if I don't know what I'm judging?
Okay. Well, I gave you the quote of what he said about you, talking about if you were a skier, it would be like a black diamond. You'd have to drop in on a chopper, he said. And then he said she has a very aggressive Asian face. And then you tell me, and your excuse is, no, that's not racist. He's just a comedian. Warren, that's pathetic. That you can't say that's wrong. It's inappropriate at a minimum.
Okay, Brian. Why? Tell me why that is pathetic. Tell me why that is pathetic. Just making claims, just saying things. Why is it pathetic? I'm willing to hear. But you won't say. Just making claims.
That's pathetic. That you can't say that's wrong. It's inappropriate. At a minimum, you defend these people, and I think it's pathetic. Now, I could say
why.
You could find it distasteful, but you asked me if it's racist, and you still haven't defined
exactly.
what racism.
When you attack someone based on their skin color or the way they appear, or their religion, or
how do you define an attack? What constitutes an
when
attack?
you attack a woman's face for having eyes that
making
might
a joke.
No. There you go again. See, there you go.
How do you define attack? Well, when you attack.
Skier with the skier, and it's about her eyes, about being Asian. Do you not understand what he's saying?
I don't understand the ski joke, man. I'm sorry. Like,
okay. I mean, it's very frustrating, but
well, just take a breath. We can walk through it.
Well, I mean, it's very frustrating that you can't admit that this is wrong and this is racism. And now I could also go
see, it's so frustrating that you can't admit this is wrong. You didn't ask him if it was wrong, and he just told you, yeah, it's distasteful. That is why it is important. It's not a weird game to define what the fuck you're actually talking about. He just says he's wearing a hat to hide the gaping hole in his head. What a wanker! Dilly to that one. Got him. Yeah, right. Just say the thing. He's and like the funny thing is, this is his own show. He brings Warren on to do this, and then he's like, "Oh my god, I can't deal with this. Like, okay, then don't deal with it, bro. What are we doing here? Just watching you fucking have a heart attack for no reason.
Into some statements about his personal life.
Brian, you see why it's important, though, if you're asking me, is this racist? We should be able to agree upon what racism is. And you're going to say, no, Warren, you're just playing a word game. That's basic.
I've been basic logic. Again, it's basic logic to most people that Steven Crowder's a racist, but I'll give you my basic definition.
When you talk like this is why I think you are a leftist. This is extreme stuff.
Attacking somebody for their race is exactly what racism is.
You see that you're weaponizing this term attack, which is a leftist tactic.
I
don't know.
What is an attack? You can't.
All right, well, that would be like me saying you're using
of an attack.
Okay, well, if you want to play that word,
I don't know because this. No. So this is Warren's cut. How the fuck did this get bookmarked?
Word game with me, Warren. I'll do the same to you. Okay. This MAGA right.
You can't do the same thing. You're not smart enough. But all right, let's see what his version of his version of okay. Well, I'm gonna play a word game with you. Put a one in the chat if you think this will not work out the way Brian wants it to. Because it's a good question, TV. Because I was asking before, and I clicked it, and then I forgot that was what I was looking for to see whose edit it was. Because there was another edit before, and I was like, wait a minute. But either way, even if this was Brian's edit, I'd be like, I wouldn't be surprised that he thinks that he looks good here. All right, let's see if you're right.
Right-wing tactic. Well, if you want to play that word game with me, Warren, I'll do the same to you, okay? This MAGA right-wing tactic of defending racism and attacking brown people. You're doing it right now. If you want to play that stupid word game, because you're not smarter than me, okay? I think you're a smart guy, but you're not smarter than me. You might think you are, but you're not. And the fact of the matter is that if you're going to use these stupid word games, that's a leftist tactic. You're doing a rightist tactic. You're doing a MAGA right-wing racist tactic in defending the indefensible. Talk to somebody black that's an
projection. You know who never says things? You're not smarter than me. People who are smart never cry. You're not smarter than me. Because either it's obvious or it's not true and doesn't matter. There's a lot of people smarter than me. Projection. Insane. I mean, it's a typical lefty that says, I'm going to do what you just tried to do to me, trying to get a definition, calling it a word game. Now he says, I'm going to do the same thing. Do you think he's actually going to be able to do the same thing?
Right-wing racist tactic in defending the indefensible. Talk to somebody black that's an adult and read for them.
You don't think I've spoken to a black adult?
I'm not sure how much interaction you have with black adults.
Why?
I'm not sure, Warren. Based on your complicit answers that you are giving me.
I would say, based on his answers, it's more likely that he doesn't talk to black people. Projection. Or he talked to one black guy and he's like, well, I talk to black people all the time. This guy said it, so they must all think it. Oh, wait, that's racism.
It's true, Warren. Based on your complicit answers that you are giving me, it's mind-blowing to me. I really don't.
Because I'm following the logic. All
right, you know what we'll do? If you agree, you're not forced to do anything, Warren. If you'll agree, I will have a black person, maybe from the NAACP, maybe, and I'll have them on with you, and maybe you guys can, have a discussion of what race. I can set that up.
Oh my God, that would be amazing, because then Warren and the NAACP guy would be like, yeah, that's not racist. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, what? Hey, shout out to Trey Williams. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. Did you see Destiny get hung up? What is that word? With consonant? Just can't understand what words mean. I've seen some clips. Let's check out some clips from that. Where we at? People like this need to be deported. All right. No, we need them. Jesse Lee Peterson. There you go. Nah, that's he was trying to say unprecedented. He couldn't say upper precedence. What a fucking moron. But yeah, that would be great. That would break Brian's brain. Be like, wait, but you're black. You must think like the blacks do, right? So let's go. Destiny. Constantine. I did have other shit that I wanted to show you guys, but I'm in no rush. Let's see what we got. Chris, I feel summoned. Hopped in when the NAACP was mentioned. Ironically, I had the message open to send a TikTok to you. I don't even remember what it is at this point, but I started writing a message, and I was trying to word it in such a way that's like, "Hey, man, I know that you know that I hate to tokenize you, but I don't know any other black people that can talk about this stuff." And I'm just like, okay, this is not coming out right. Well, I'll find it and talk to him another time. Oh man, I need some more black friends. We need to get more black conservatives. That's what we need to do. Oh my goodness. All right, what do we got going on here?
From the Congress, the ability. This idea that the president has usurped from the Congress the ability to do tariffs and worldwide economic policy that's a pretty uniquely Trump thing, that you can levy tariffs across every other country in the world. The Supreme Court has finally checked him a bit on that power. Now he says he's going to go elsewhere and try to do the exact same thing. So it seems like we're just going to have a back and forth on this, maybe until he's out of office.
That's why I said that is.
It's not going to matter who's in office. That's one of the other things I'm realizing about this, because I'm much more focused on domestic kitchen table issues, culture war stuff, and the idea of understanding the reasons we're at war and should we be doing this and who's affecting that. Like, yes, that stuff is important to know. But also, there's not really much you personally can do to change it. And so when it comes to smaller issues, more local issues, or more tangible issues, at least you can do something about it. I know you are, brother. I know you. It feels icky. It feels icky, to use Box's word. Feels icky. But I want to save it until I don't want it to be like, hey, look at this black guy saying that the Democrats suck. There's plenty. I want to save it for something that is an actual discussion. I don't want to tokenize you, my boy. We talk about whatever we talking about. You know what I mean?
Back and forth on this, maybe until he's out of office.
That's why I said that is the system working as intended. So American democracy is robust and strong because when the president tries to do things he's not allowed to do by law, the legal system prevents him from doing that. Right?
No. So
No?
I think that the American system is strongest when everybody is trying to act in good faith within the bounds of the system. I don't think continuously.
When was the last time that happened?
Joe Biden.
What?
I mean, if you want, we can.
Did I miss the question? Did I miss the question? That people were being honest and in good faith? And the answer was Joe Biden? I must have misheard that.
System. I don't think continuously.
When was the last time?
Everybody is trying to act in good faith within the bounds of the system. I don't think continuously.
When was the last time that happened?
Joe Biden.
Bruh. Straight-faced. Just said Joe Biden was honest and in good faith. What? Do I need to respond? Is there anything that I need to say that gets you closer to this reaction? Or does it speak for its goddamn self? That is insane.
I mean, if you want, we can. We can run a whole host of issues. So I would look at like the weaponization of the Department of Justice by Donald Trump. I think is a historically crazy thing by a U.S. president. If you want to give me any examples that you feel would stack up to that between Biden, Obama, and the Clintons over the past 30, 40 years.
I didn't.
What is going on? The autopilot was in good faith. Pardoning his son was in good faith. Pardoning Fauci before he did anything wrong was good faith. Running Kamala without a fucking primary was good faith. Come on. We're all black on stolen land. And that's about the end of my protein shake, so I think we might be drinking tonight. We'll see where the night takes us. We will see where the night takes us. If you don't vote for Joe, you're white.
Say that Donald Trump is not doing things that shouldn't be challenged legally. What I said is I think it's part of the American system that all these different branches compete for power in the way that has been prescribed in your founding documents. And that is an ongoing process that has been going on for 250 years. Whatever you may think about Donald Trump, I don't think American democracy is a threat because the system is working as intended.
Yep, and that's why it makes so much sense when you understand in the lead up to all of this, when they were all saying, he's a threat to our democracy, And all of us were like, I don't think that is the case. And then you understand that they were saying, our democracy, not yours. The democracy that we created for ourselves. He's a threat to that. And oh, you're goddamn right he is. Shout out to TV Viewers Key, sponsor of the stream. Thank you so very, very much, sir. Don't forget, Morty is here. Morty is hungry. He needs treats, guys. And I think the next thing I'm gonna fundraise is for a new chair. You guys have seen my chair downstairs, and it's not looking good. So if you would like to donate, I would be very much appreciated. Yeah. Well, did you guys hear about is that on here? Did you guys hear about how Jesse Jackson's son? Oh, actually, I think that's what it was. Trey. There was a thing. Okay, let's hold on. We're gonna pause this. Share this instead. See Jackson politics. I'm not gonna be. I don't know. Let's just try. You guys see this? Oh. God damn it. Nope. As Jesse Jackson's son addressed people. Yeah, here we go.
Politics.
This was I don't does anybody know exactly when Jesse Jackson passed away? I wasn't sure that it was recent. I don't know if this was a memorial, like a recent memorial because he just died, or like anything like that. But anyway, Jesse Jackson's son did a press conference to say this to everybody.
Do not bring your politics out of respect to Reverend Jesse Jackson and the life that he lived to these homegoing services. Right. Come respectful and come to say thank you. But these homegoing services are welcome to all, Democrat, Republican, liberal, and conservative, right wing, left wing, because his life is broad enough to cover the full spectrum of what it means to be an American. We only ask.
Now, you might disagree with the idea that that's who Jesse Jackson was, but that's not really what we're talking about. He's saying, don't bring your politics here. Don't bring your politics here. We want to make this about his life.
People to come and be respectful in the context of the extraordinary life that he lived.
Each day we wake up.
Hell yes. So we've got Obama at the funeral of Reverend Jesse Jackson.
Life that he lived.
Each day we wake up to some new assault on our democratic institutions.
Like you?
Another setback to the idea of the rule of law. An offense to common decency every day you wake up to things you just didn't think were possible.
So, I mean, you know, when Obama's saying, and these are the same clips that I've seen, so I don't know their entire speeches, but when Obama's talking, all right, you know, at least he's trying to like subtweet. At least he's trying to subtweet and not straight up be like, isn't Trump bad? Isn't Trump bad? But it gets worse.
Each day we're told by those in high office to fear each other and to turn on each other, and that some Americans count more than others.
Fake fuckers.
I don't care what they do in Washington. I care what we do in the community.
So then we got the other one. The other one. It's Al Sharpton. You know what Al Sharpton's gonna do.
Community. We beat people bigger than Trump. We fought people harder than them. If we stand up and be what we're supposed to be.
These are bad times like that.
What? Thank goodness we don't have to listen to this motherfucker anymore.
Stand up and be what we're supposed to be.
These are bad times like that. We're in a tough spot, folks.
We're in a tough spot,
We've
folks.
got administration.
It's administration.
Doesn't share any of the values that we have. I don't think I'm exaggerating a little bit.
You don't think you're exaggerating a little bit? Not at all. Not at all. Right? You're not exaggerating even a little bit. Even a little bit. What are you saying? Huh? Wait, what? But it gets worse. It gets worse. Of course, our almost president. Remember yesterday, we were looking at our almost vice president. This is our almost president of the United States. First woman of color president ever of the United States. Takes the opportunity when she was specifically asked not to be political. And this is what she says.
I predicted a lot about what's happening right now.
Bitch. Like, I get it. This is the only victory lap you'll ever be able to take. Well, Trump's bad. See, I told you Trump would be bad. I get it. Not the time. Not the place. I warned y'all.
I'm not into saying I told you so, but we did.
I'm going to say it anyway.
See it coming.
Insane. So, like, I mean, what the question that I really have is, where is the outrage? Where's the outrage? I mean, especially if you are, more in like the black community than the political sphere, then whether you agree with these people or not, whether you agree with their politics or not, I feel like it's so disrespectful. And again, it would be one thing if his son didn't specifically come out and say it. And it's like, all right, politicians are going to politician. Any opportunity they have with cameras and a microphone, they're going to use it to do what they do. Still, not great. But whatever. But he specifically asked you, and you said, fuck you, I'm using your daddy as a prop. Trey, care to speak for the black community as a whole, as we all know that you guys all think exactly the same? Oh, no, that's just what the Democrats told me. If Trump pulled this, it would lead every headline. Yep. It's supposed to be about the guy in the casket. Instead, it was about the dude in the White House. This is almost done. Gang, gang. All right, I'm about to get some alcohol. Alcohol. This is just soda, but... Yeah, I mean, fucking based ass answer. Based answer. That's like, well, that's what he lived for. But it just so then, do you see the problem then? Do you see the problem with? And again, I'm not putting this on, but let's just say that the black community tends to be like, okay, well, we agree with them, so it's not that big of a deal. That's still using a dead black man to push a political agenda. So if that's such a bad thing, then it can't only be bad when Republicans do it. It can't only be bad when white people do it. It has to be bad in all cases. Otherwise, if it's not bad, then don't fucking come crying to me when some poor black conservative kid gets run over by a Democratic protester, whatever. And I'm out here, justice for obviously I didn't care about him before because I didn't know who the fuck that was. I didn't care about Laken Riley before I knew who Laken Riley was. But then I learned who Laken Riley was. And then I cared. So I think she landed on her head and she fell from the coconut tree. Yeah. Yep. So, all right, let's hop back over here to the retard. Where were we?
I don't think American democracy is a threat
because
the system is working as intended. And if he was truly dictatorial, the signal for me of a president being dictatorial is when they override the checks and balances that exist and begin to effectively break the system.
When you try to take the system off the rails, even 2020, with Trump trying to say there's a legal route for me to have won this election, that's still within the bounds of the Democratic establishment. And it's already something that was prepared for. And that is why he didn't keep the White House. That is why he was allowed to run again. It's the system, baby. So Trey said, I think it's because of how Jesse is viewed, but also Black Death has been the only way to progress things. Okay, I don't necessarily agree, but that is I guess that's a fair position. But then, can you see if is that your position, or are you putting that out as the devil's advocate? Because if you're saying, well, that this is how we do things, that Black Deaths are the only way that we get progress, well then, again, we should be happy when Republicans or white people are talking about dead black people to push their agenda, because that's how black people get things done. And I mean, that's coming from you. So if you're saying the best way to get things done is black bodies, then why is Jesse Jackson's son out there saying, don't use this because as my father would have done, and in his own life, he would have absolutely elevated this story so that people could understand. I just don't get it. I don't get it. I'm trying, but I don't get it.
And balances that exist and begin to effectively break the system. I don't think that's happening.
But he's been doing that, right?
On the contrary, what's happening is every time he goes too far, the system that is in place holds him accountable and prevents him from doing what he would otherwise like to do.
He's like, it's like Destiny's saying, well, this guy that's in jail keeps trying to get out of jail. Like, okay, well, are there bars there? Like, yeah, but he's like shaking them. Like, okay, well, let me know when the bars are broken, because otherwise that's how this works. He's in the cage. He's behind bars. The bars are there, so he can't leave. So him trying to leave is irrelevant, because that's what we have the bars there for. And similarly, with democracy, with the democratic establishment, that's why we have all those things in place. Hey, shout out to Jake. Go Texas. Bam, 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 bam. Said, feed Morty. Your wish is my commands. Morty, come here. Hey, good boy. We got to do it on camera. They want to see how cute you are. They want to see how cute you are. There you go. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, we got some more there. We're not done, huh? We're not done. Good job. One more. There's one more right there. Yummy, yummy. I apparently recently recently became allergic, like mildly allergic to sunflower seeds. So I have, I think I'm not exactly sure what it is, because my entire life I've eaten sunflower seeds, but I usually get them in the shell, because I don't really like them like this, because I tend to just have giant handfuls, and then the taste, it's similar to, it's not like seafood, but in the same way that seafood is a very, you don't want like a mouthful. Like a scallop is a scallop. That's gonna have a certain taste, and so that's why I like the sunflower seeds in the shell, because you get the saltiness of the shell, and then a little bit like a kernel at a time. And so I got this. I was taking handfuls as I normally do, and my throat got all scratchy. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? So I gotta get myself some some shelled sunflower seeds, and see if it's just when I'm shoving them into my face, or if I'm actually allergic. Thank you very, very much again, Jay. Go Texas for the $2. Morty is half Chihuahua, half Golden Doodle. His papa was a little Chihuahua, and his mama was a big black curly-haired Golden Doodle that belonged to a friend of my college girlfriend. So my college girlfriend, her friend, had this dog. Their neighbor had the Chihuahua. The Chihuahua somehow gets out and into the yard with the Golden Doodle. Somehow climbed up, got it in, and got a bunch of, he's about 15 pounds. The whole litter, most of them, they were about 20-pound, floofy, curly-haired dogs. And there was one little runt of the litter with straight hair that was a male. And I was like, hey, that's my guy. That's my guy. So, all right, let's see what Trey is saying. Again, I was saying if we're saying that Black Death has been the only way to progress things, then we shouldn't say don't use Black Death, because that's the only way we get things done. Trey said Jesse was viewed as an FBI informant, also a coattail rider, but his son had. I'm sorry, it's farther away. Jesse was viewed as an FBI informant, also as a coattail rider, but his son also had people his dad did not like speaking at the funeral. So you're saying it's not so much that he was saying I don't want anyone to be political. It was coming out and making sure that Republicans weren't going to make that political. Is that kind of what you're saying? That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, right. I mean, hey, us little dudes, we got to find a way, right? We got to find a way. What is going on with my mouse? It's like bouncing around. Good. Okay. No, what the fuck? This is so
Prevent
annoying.
is the wrong word to use because oftentimes they have to check after the fact. So he's already done
That's
the
how the
bad
system
thing.
works, right?
Not ideally. You don't have a guy who's trying to break the rules over and over and over again and then getting checked and coming back.
But
and
the
then breaking.
system works in that way with every president that you've ever had,
But
right?
when you have-
They do something,
No.
then they get sued, then they have to change the policy that they've
Generally, no. Generally, you consult with the people within your executive branch to see if you feel like you have the legal authority to do said thing. If they feel like you have the legal authority to do said thing, then you try to do said thing. If the courts check you, you accept the court's answer, you move on. But Donald Trump, more than any president in my lifetime, tries to circumvent the other branches, not utilize even his Republican majority Congress, chastise and attack his Supreme Court when they don't give him the specific rulings that he wants. And then when he's ruled against, he constantly openly flirts with the idea of either defying the Supreme Court or going around it using any other number of things that they know will also be ruled as unconstitutional. But the problem is the damage is already done.
he follows what the Supreme Court says, right?
So Trey said, but when I say Black Death, I mean, it comes down to looking at all the movements that went on and wasn't publicly recognized till a Black person died, and then we see legal action take place. Okay, so then that brings me back to if this isn't a situation where Jesse Jackson dying is going to be something that can be used to forward or progress the Black community, then why are we saying don't be political? You see what I'm saying? It's like it's not matching. It's not matching. Either we don't want it to be political, or this is the biggest Black death that we can use to forward things for the Black community, which is what Jesse. I'm fucking reading you guys. Which is what Jesse Jackson would have wanted. That makes sense to me. I don't necessarily agree with just using people's death like that, but that makes sense to me. Shout out to the Otos. Welcome to the party. Jesse Smooye. See what I'm saying? Bro, I wish you guys could see my fucking mouse. It's like, it literally looks, and it's not even on the thing. It's not the laser, because it's not even down, and it's fucking moving. It's like, and then it stops, and it's all right, so guys, super chat so I can get a new mouse, please. My life is falling apart.
I promise the damage is already done.
He follows what the Supreme Court says, right?
I don't think it works that way. It would be like saying,
does?
like if somebody doesn't want you to beat you up and they stop beating you up 10 minutes into you asking, I'm saying, well, they eventually listened, right? Well, I mean, the damage is already done.
Well, the damage is not already done in that they can't pursue the policy that they were pursuing prior
Well, the
to that
damage is
point.
already.
So in order for the, god damn it. All right, you're gonna have to, it's gonna be a little bit slower because the fucking mouse is everywhere. But yeah, this is essentially like saying, well, the damage is done. The framing that Constantine has given is that the system is still in place. So if you've punched somebody, they are no longer unpunched. But if you try to punch somebody and you block it or they miss, then the damage is not done. In this case, the bars have held. So we don't need to fix anything because there's no damage. What damage has been done?
Already done though, right? So for instance, for tariffs, he's collected some $200+ million of tariffs. He's irreparably harmed our trade relationship with basically every other country, including the United Kingdom on the planet. We've got people, DACA kids, we just recently found out, I think yesterday, have been deported from the country who were never supposed to be. You've got 2 American citizens that were murdered by questionable, at best, deployments of ICE. You've got the president illegally deployed the National Guard and military to states like California. Like the damage is already done.
Oh, so that's what Trump did. That's what Trump has been up to. Killing American citizens. And there's people in that audience who are like, yeah, bro, you're cooking.
On that, the court eventually says, hey, you weren't allowed to do that. And Donald Trump goes, oh, cool, I'll find another way to get around this in the future. I don't think, especially an executive, which is the scariest thing because the executive is the guy who's supposed to enforce the laws, him continually skirting or going over these guidelines over and over and over and over and over again in so many historically unique ways, and then saying, well, eventually the court said, hey, that thing that you did 2 years ago that you've already politically and financially benefited from, you weren't allowed to do that. I don't think that's a good system. I feel like it's a dictatorship.
Okay, that's a completely different thing then. That's a completely different thing because now what you're saying is that it has changed things. Before, the analogy was that he was breaking the system, that the damage, irreparable damage had been done because the bars that Constantine was talking about, again, if you're talking about a prisoner in a cell, they're shaking at the bars. That's what the bars are there for. No damage has been done unless the bars no longer do what they're supposed to do. In the same way, the Supreme Court is there to be the bars for Donald Trump and for Joe Biden, for that matter, for anybody else. And the Supreme Court is still there. So you're mixing metaphors. You're mixing metaphors and you're conflating things and you're pushing things together just so you can make a point. And it doesn't fucking work. Shout out to Snowball. Welcome, welcome, welcome. What's your opinion on the Hugo Boss collection from the 1940s? You know what it is? Check it out. It's really cool, says the Snowball. And check it out on screen. Yeah, we'll do that in the after party. I mean, shout out to Hugo Boss, I guess, but we'll do that later. So Trey Williams talking about Jesse Jackson's. I don't think his son's words were conflicted. With people he chose to have speak at his father's funeral, but this goes beyond just criticism of the right things death are used for. What? How is it not conflicting to say, I don't want this to be political, and then a bunch of people be political? How is it not conflicting? Like, it sounds to me like you're saying, well, you know, he doesn't want it to be like a political battle, but he invited political people, so they're going to be political anyway because that's what they do. Again, if that's what you're saying, then why say don't make it political? Shout out to B. Hey, welcome to the party. I'm tired of the black left. The ones who are given a mic are grifters and spread degenerative victim mentality. I'm sick of it, especially the leftist white savior weirdos. I think the white ones are worse. The white ones are worse. At least the black leftists are, you know, they feel like they're fighting for themselves. The white ones are feeling like, no, we gotta save you, you poor blacks. We gotta save the blacks.
Poor real guy.
Well,
yes, Queen. Oh, is that it? All right, hold on. So let's see if there's more of this. Otherwise, we can go to. Can you see my mouse? I can't see both things at the same time. But if you can, look at how it's just like bouncing around. It'll stop. Of course. And then as soon, yeah, now it's just, I'm not even touching it. What the fuck is going on?
if you want to have this conversation by yourself, you're welcome to. But
I feel like I am.
You are, yeah.
I know I am. Yes, I know I am. I feel that way. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm speaking to the copy paste.
Yep. My older brother. He's you know, younger Gen X. And he used to be like, he's the one that got me into punk and stuff like that. And he was never, you know, political per se, but I mean, you're not into punk in the early 90s with no opinions about society. And he was that guy. And then, like, eventually, he got to a point, I think, where it was like, you know, he got blackpilled. And he's like, oh, well, you know, you can't change anything. It is what it is. It sucks, but it sucks, but it sucks, but it sucks. Whatever. And then he started going out with this super liberal chick. And, like, in all of the ways. In all of those. She's a sweet girl, but she is so liberal in all of the ways. And I don't know if she's brainwashed him or if he's just going along. But it's insane. The best example I have is just as we were talking about with before, that liberals are never, they're only happy when they're mad. This is way back when. No blue hair. Well, she might have blue hair. All right, he doesn't have blue hair. He's got a long, but that's exactly the point. He's got like long hair with like a couple dreads, and like he's like he's almost like he used to be like a crust punk type of dude. And then yeah, he starts going out with this chick, and you know, again, she's fine enough as a person, but her politics are just awful. And I remember one time, it was probably shortly after I got out of college, so 2014, 15, right there. Yeah, man. Hey, I rock a man bun sometimes. So, but you know, I got long hair, so what do you want me to do about it? It's not always appropriate, but yep, I always have it. Yeah, so it's probably somewhere around 2015, 2016, and we were still using Facebook. Facebook was still the main platform, and so she makes a post going crazy about how some guy at her work called her sweetheart and how that's never okay and da 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 da. And she's she's in the comments, she's bugging out. People are trying to talk to her and be like, "Oh, this is so horrible," and da da da. And so I'm, I don't think like that, but that's my brother's girl, so I'm trying to see if I can help. And I explained to her, I was like, I know that, and I'm libbing it up for her. I was like, I know that that's not okay for him to say to you, but I think on your end, maybe it's something that you can use so that you're not upset, to understand just that in society, like for men, for another man that you don't know, like that is there's a lot of ways. Hey dude, hey bro, hey yo, hey buddy, hey guy, hey, all of these things. And so if you speak like that, then when it comes to women, and because there's nothing wrong with that, but then when it comes to women, there's not very many things to say. So you usually get sweetie, honey, things like that. And so I'm trying to explain this to her as a way of like, I don't think anybody was trying to aggrieve you. I think it was just this. And so we could say that that's bad, but you don't have to be upset in this moment. And you know what she said to me? She said, I want to be mad. Okay, then you win, I guess. You win, I guess. He said, liberal white girls cheat from beginning to end of a relationship and everywhere in between. I hope he gets tested and check cheater AI. Yikes. Well, I don't know about all that, but liberals be liberal. They are only happy when they are mad.
Yeah, if you want to have this conversation by yourself, you're welcome to. But
I feel like I am.
You are, yeah.
I know I am. Yes, I know I am. I feel that way. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm speaking to the copy paste.
Talking about the little sprout. Are you talking about the sprout where they have like that much hair and it's up there and it's like a sprout? It's not even long enough to make a bun. That's gay. That's gay.
Talking points, and I can't get an actual answer out of you for anything. I can give you better answers if you're looking for them. Yeah.
That's why he stopped talking. And you're just gonna.
It's crazy to me that you guys cry about.
Oh, he picked up on it finally.
Wokeism and snowflakes and all this stuff so much, but like, you guys do it all the time. You made the claim that I'm avoiding answering any of your arguments because I'm calling you a conservative. I think you are a conservative and I label you as such, but I'm not dodging your arguments. There's not a point you brought up that I've refused to address. That's why I asked you for an example of one, and you weren't able to give one. And that's fine if you're not able to give one, but then don't continue to filibuster and make the claim to say, okay, well, I guess maybe that was an unfair thing I said, and here's a point that I'm going to make that I would like you to address. That would be the time where you would say, here's the thing that I brought up. You pivoted and you didn't address.
Now we got the woke scold. The woke scold.
That particular thing. That would be a thing you could do if I was actually dodging and pivoting from all your points.
All right. This is an older one. Was Brexit a mistake?
Just curious, you said in the past that you regret, or not that you regret, that you voted Remain for Brexit. Do you think that was a good vote? Do you think you should have remained, or do you think Brexit was a mistake?
I don't regret my vote for Remain, no.
Do you think Brexit was a mistake?
I think it had its negatives and positives, yeah.
Are you sure you're not running for a political party right now? Because that was the most politician answer I've ever heard in my life. Do you think that on net was Brexit a mistake?
Every decision has trade-offs that are positive and negative.
Remember what I said earlier about saying words that mean nothing? Obviously, this is true. But I'm asking, do you think that Brexit on net, was it a mistake?
I'll give this one to Destiny. That was a pretty waffly politician-y answer. They want to be mad and live drama 24/7. They get bored. They make up drama to make others miserable. Yep. I don't know how they live like that. I don't know how they do it.
I think a lot of people think that Brexit ruined the economy.
I'm not asking what a lot of people think. I'm asking you on net. Do you think that Brexit was a mistake?
I think it had some things that made things worse, and I think it had some that...
If you were God and you could choose whether or not the UK voted 51% Brexit or 49% Brexit, what would you push the button to have had them vote? 51% they would Brexit, or 49% and then they would remain?
That's
in the
fair.
European Union.
I honestly don't know.
Okay, but so the reason why I asked this question is to illustrate. I asked this question to illustrate how frustrating it is when people like you say things like, "Well, I voted liberal last election," or "I voted Remain." Okay, you don't stand by that anymore, though. You constantly do this thing. No, you don't. You constantly do this thing when you come on stage, or you go on your show, and you'll say things like, "I used to be a liberal, but the liberals have changed so much." Or, "I used to be a left-leaning person." And I know you've tweeted the dumb picture. I know you've done it. They've changed so much, and now I have to identify with the center right. I've heard you literally say things.
That is true, though. Like, I mean,
I know you've done.
We're gonna pretend that this isn't fucking real. Are we gonna pretend that this isn't real? In case you can't see it, it's 2010. We have center, right, and left. 2012, the left starts moving over. Conservatives in the center saying the same. And by 2020, we have the far left and the conservatives with the same center. And now you're in the same place you were the center 10 years ago. And it's all the same.
They've changed so much, and now I have to identify with the center right. I've heard you literally say things like Tommy Robinson make statements to the left on immigration compared to Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama.
He does.
Yeah, okay.
He does.
I've heard you say something like this, right? But then when
That's
I ask, but then you guys say that everybody else has changed, and then I ask you about your past political votes, you won't defend them. So it seems like you're the one that's changed, which is fine, but you should just own that.
This is actually a lot. I'm seeing. Obviously, you know, we're just watching the clips, but this is actually a lot better for Destiny than I thought. I'm not saying it's good for Destiny, but I thought he got destroyed based on the clips that I saw that people covered. True immigration, is it true immigration proves that graph? Which graph? Let's talk about Willis.
Just curious, you said.
Let's see. Anything else here? What do we got? Oh, he got banned for that. Good. All right. So I mean, yeah, that's Destiny, right? I mean, there's a lot of other clips too. That like Jake Rattlesnake did a good cover. Actually, you know, fuck it. Let's watch that. Let's watch that, because I don't think any of those moments were even in there. Destiny, Jake Rattlesnake. Nope, wrong one.
What's wrong with that?
Why did he cover this? Did he not cover this?
You didn't even disavow the asylum.
Snake TV, guys. In this video, we're going to be watching a debate put on by Pangburn between Destiny and Konstantin Kisin. This one was a great bit of content, definitely worth the watch. And I mean, it is also a great example of two people going against each other, one of which has a worldview derived from Wikipedia talking points, and the other person...
Graph, but okay, so what's the question? Is it just immigration proof? It's not, yeah, so it's not a graph. It's not like, it's not a graph implies like actual information. That's just a drawing. But I mean, yeah, the fact that you bring in people who are incentivized to vote for the left so that they can stay is going to cause what we see in that type of graph of the Overton window shifting so far. Absolutely. All right, here's what am I gonna do? I'm gonna put on, actually, you know what? Fuck you guys. Give me 1 second. I'm going to play this. I'm gonna grab some drink.
Has a well-formulated worldview. And even though I disagree with Konstantin Kisin about a lot of things, I respect him as a communicator. I mean, it is just so entertaining to
JK, I'm gonna finish rolling this up. I got like 2 packs, two little things left on this. And I'm gonna grab a drink, and then we're gonna get into some trouble.
Him, a centrist liberal. Go at it with somebody like Destiny, who's more of the unhinged, detached from reality, blue-haired, mouth-breathing liberal type. Konstantin does a great job of highlighting his salami tactics here. So this is going to be more of a strategic breakdown. So with that, let's get into the first game.
The 3 biggest cities in this country in the last 30 years have ceased to be majority inhabited by the people who are native to this land. That's just a fact. And I'm one of the people who's come here in that time. So I'm not saying it's only a terrible thing, but it's an objective fact. The 3 biggest cities in the country are now majority minority. London, and this has happened very quickly. London was 80% white British in 1991. It is probably around 30% white British today. So if you have seen that level of change in the city in which you live, think about this as well.
Look how fucking adorable. Come on. I don't know if the verties are gonna be able to see it, but I'm trying to pack with my hand, and he keeps laying his head on my fucking wrist. Bubs, I need my hand. I need my hand, though. Oh, he's so adorable. He's so adorable. I do need a drink. I need a drink. Morty needs a treat. Let's fucking party.
Well, 3/4 of the people who live in this country today are over the age of 35. So all of this has happened within the lifetime of one generation, effectively. That is a level of change that is A, completely unprecedented, B, extremely transformative, whether you like it or not, good or bad, whatever you may think. You might think, oh, you know, the amount of different kinds of food has got better. It's true, objectively. But it's also true, objectively, that entire swathes of this city are no longer inhabited by the people who used to live here. Again, this is an objective fact. You can like it, you can dislike it, but that is something that has happened. This is true of London, it's true of Manchester, it's true of Birmingham, and it's true of several other smaller cities in this country. By 2060, according to current projections, white British people will become a minority in this country. 2060 is the next 35 years, right? And that's the entire kind of demographic transformation. These are facts. Forget about people's opinions, my opinion, your opinion. In terms of illegal immigration, there are now almost 1 million. We don't know exactly because it's...
Damn, you are on your period, huh? Oh, why are you so cute? Well, I hope you feel better.
It's hard to measure, but we have almost 1 million illegal immigrants in Britain today, which for a population of 70 million is quite a lot. And we currently spend 14 million pounds a day spend. I'm not talking about the cost to the taxpayer of having 1 million illegal immigrants here. I'm talking about how much we spend to accommodate them and all other things. Now, 14 million, is that a lot per day? It's quite a lot. But also this is happening at an unprecedented rate. More people come to Britain illegally today than came legally when I came here in 1996. I'll say that again. More people come here illegally every year than came here in 1996 when I came here. That
means that in 1996, let's say that there were 100,000 legal immigrants. That was what the UK decided that was how many people we want to bring into this country. 30 years later, what do you say, 4 times as many people as they allowed to come in came in illegally while also having legal immigration. That is insane.
Level of change when it comes to illegal immigration, and the cost of it, 40 million pounds a day, is increased by a factor of 10 in the last 10 years alone. So it's 1,000% more than what it was. Those are the facts about immigration. So when we talk about immigration and whether it's compatible with national identity, it depends what we mean. If we're talking about, 20, 30, 40,000 people a year, highly selective from compatible cultures as it used to be, perfectly compatible, and in fact, I think probably quite desirable. If we're talking about what we've seen over the last 30 years, I don't think it's compatible with any sort of national identity at all. Now, I've been talking for a long time, so we can get to national identity after you've addressed that.
So Sure. So I guess the thing that is a little bit strange to me about the immigration question is that sometimes I'll hear a bunch of descriptions laid out, and I don't know exactly what I'm supposed to do with them. There's oftentimes a lack of a prescriptive statement. It seems like there's a little bit of fear of committing to any particular idea about what an ideal immigrant would look like. And then it feels like we're sometimes also lumping a ton of...
He's got there yet, bro. He's just establishing that mass immigration is a thing, and there's legal immigrants and illegal immigrants with prescriptions. This is the very beginning of the fucking debate.
Immigrants together. So for instance, when we say there have been so many more immigrants that have come here in the past 30, 35 years, but then we also mention like illegal immigrants or asylum seekers, these are all different groups of people. So I don't know why.
Separated them out. I talked about legal immigration and illegal immigration, right?
I understand, but so the prompt has to do with basically can a country's culture, whatever, survive mass migration? Illegal immigrants are not mass migrating here. The mass migration.
They are. So I just told you more illegal immigrants come here every year now than legal immigrants came here 30 years ago.
I understand that, but if you
look
at
they are mass migrating.
I understand that. Then exactly, that's what mass migration means.
So then are the legal ones mass migrating, or what? Is it just...
The legal immigrants are also mass migrating. It's possible for them both to be mass.
So what you see what's happening here is that Destiny is assuming, and dare I say projecting, that Constantine is going to say that illegal immigration is so bad. Well, I mean, it is, but he has not said that yet. And so when Constantine establishes that, yes, there's legal immigrants that have come here, but there's a lot more illegal immigrants that have come here, then we have to understand that that number is going to be bigger because it has both groups. In both cases, legal migrants are coming here, and illegal immigrants are coming here as well, in big numbers. And he said, "So what? Are the illegal immigrants mass migrating?" Fucking pardon? Did you think that he was saying that because an illegal immigrant is illegal, that it's more than one person? Or that if it's a legal migrant, which he is, that it would be more? What? So going back to Jesse Jackson, Trey said, well, it doesn't make it right. Places like U.S. and Europe have looked at all the chaos they've caused that has directly led to this immigration problem. Make it. It doesn't make it right. Places like the U.S. have looked at all the chaos, and they have caused the chaos that they have caused that has directly led to this immigration problem. So, what specifically? What are we talking about here? Because it's a little bit of a broad statement. I'm not really sure exactly. Because I mean, the leftists can go, "America bad. America's the worst ever." Like, okay, I mean, there's ways to say what you're saying, but I don't know what it is. You're talking. All right, so I'm gonna grab a drink.
To one, right? So so comparing the two is, it seems like we're talking about different kinds of. We're probably talking about different kinds of immigrants. When we talk about legal versus illegal.
We're talking about both, yeah.
No,
I'm talking about both.
You don't see any difference between a legal immigrant versus an illegal immigrant.
Well, of course I do.
Okay,
but they are both mass migrating here.
That's like saying if I brought 10 cats and 10 dogs into my house, and I've been like, well, I mean, dogs are there's a mass migration of dogs into my house, and then Destiny would say, well, yeah, but there's cats, right? The cats are also mass migrating, but at this very moment, I was specifically highlighting the dogs.
It's like migrating, or what? Is it just
the legal immigrants are also mass migrating? It's possible for them both to be
like 10 to 1, right? So so comparing the two is, it seems like we're talking about different kinds of. We're probably talking about different kinds of immigrants. When we talk about legal versus illegal.
We're talking about both, yeah.
No,
I'm talking about both.
He said no.
You don't see any difference between a legal immigrant versus an illegal immigrant.
Well, of course I do.
Okay,
but they are both mass migrating here. They're both
very simply. Legal migrants are ones that are allowed to be here. Illegal are ones that are not allowed to be here. Whether they are or are not allowed to be here is irrelevant to whether that group or either group is mass migrating. That's just a matter of numbers. Let's see what he said. It's healthy to be a little racist. It makes people behave and want to show that they can prove the racists wrong. Be more racist, says behave. It's a good thing. Don't fully agree, but can't say you're completely wrong.
Coming here in unprecedented numbers.
Everything definitionally is unprecedented as you move forward in years. We have an unprecedented amount of time.
Everything is unprecedented because it hasn't happened exactly this way before. This sentence is unprecedented. That's not what that means, sweetie.
Technology, an unprecedented amount of energy generation, an unprecedented amount of.
I think you might be confused about the meaning of the word unprecedented.
Unprecedented is, and it hasn't happened at that level before. Yeah.
Right. So if we have immigration of 20,000 people a year, that wouldn't be unprecedented because we had that before.
Yeah, but the population is growing of the country. The population of the rest of the planet is growing. The economy is growing. There's a whole bunch of other factors at play. It's not like all else equal. There's just 10 million people that have shown up. Like there's other factors at play at all points in time as well. So yes, it's a bit reductive to say like, well, we have an unprecedented wave of whatever. There's unprecedented things happening definitionally every year forward into the future. We go.
No, that's not true.
What's the thing that's been frozen in time?
I just explained it to you.
Yes, you laid out a bunch of numbers and I just explained why they're contextless and meaningless. But now I'm asking, what is the thing that's unprecedented? Look, or I'm sorry, what would be the thing that is not changing in the past 30 years? Like if you had to look at something.
One of the most amazing things of arguing with anybody from your position is the extent to which they refuse to understand what words mean.
So this is an important point.
He's asking for an example. How about the number of migrants?
I think that Constantine was well prepared for this and well prepared for Destiny's ramblings and Destiny's tactics, and he demonstrates this throughout the course of the debate. And once you hear this, you actually can't really unhear it. And that is what Constantine Kissin just said. It is so true that when you listen to these leftists debate, they spend most of their time pretending to not know what their opponent is talking about and trying to pick apart their opponent with pedantic details.
Oftentimes, a lack of a prescriptive statement is like a little bit of fear of committing to any particular idea about what an ideal immigrant would look like,
which essentially just always derails the debate. Now, don't get me wrong, semantics are very important if you are seeking to actually gain clarity and progress the debate. However, this can also be used as a technique to unnecessarily kill time. And it appears as though it is especially useful when a conservative is making a good point.
We're probably talking about different kinds of immigrants.
This way, they don't actually have to respond to the point you're making. They can just hone in on and argue with any little bit of pedantry, which is what Destiny is doing here and which is what he loves doing the most.
There's unprecedented things happening definitionally every year forward into the future we go.
No, that's
yes.
not true.
And last bit, I mean, the left and the right just use this so differently in debates when it comes to actually seeking clarity on definitions. The good faith right-wingers actually want to pin the left-wingers down on their definitions. They actually want their definitions so they can seek clarity and then have the rest of the debate. Because if the lefties actually give a definition, then they have to stick to that. And they can't just equivocate. And equivocation just means playing fast and loose with definitions. It means jumping between definitions for a certain word or for a certain term and using it interchangeably throughout the course of a debate. And you'll very often see them do this and use the equivocation fallacy when it comes to words like racism, for example, or words like violence. So right-wingers want to pin them down so they don't do that. But left-wingers will just use definitions in order to derail the debate and never respond to what the conservatives are saying. So Destiny just did this with the word unprecedented, pretending that he doesn't know what Constantine Kissin means when Constantine mentions that there has been unprecedented mass migration into Western countries. And now he's about to do it again with culture.
I just explained to you repeatedly what unprecedented means. It means that it hasn't happened before. There have been times in the history of this country when its immigration was in the tens of thousands, and for us to go back to that would not be going forward to something unprecedented. It would be returning to something that we used to do.
Sure.
Right?
My question
and so
is,
what has happened in the last 30 years is unprecedented.
Is there anything in...
You can't act stupid, and then when it's being explained to you, you're like, well, why are you explaining it to me? Because you're too stupid to get it the first time.
U.S. culture, in British culture, that has remained the same for the past 30, 40, 50, 60 years, for the past 100 years.
The level of migration.
That doesn't have an unprecedented thing happening constantly.
Absolutely. I mean, that is what a culture is. It is what is preserved over time.
How?
A culture is what people do without having been told to do so by a law.
Can you? Yeah, but what is an example of a culture that is unchanging?
How much have you traveled around the world?
Probably more than you.
What exactly about culture would be changing? Like consistently changing in a good way. All right, I'm gonna bounce down here. But you guys being a little quiet. Oh, we got Kyle Ritter. Welcome. So I really despise Destiny. Apparently, so does his wife and kid. Only person that likes him is his wife's boyfriend and the guy's dick that he's sucking. Actually, that guy probably hates him too. Well, he is kind of a gay dude. So, Fitz.
Probably not, actually.
Okay. So then you should be able to very easily answer. Here's an example of a culture that exists.
Well, every time I try and answer your question, you keep talking over
Well, it's because when you answer, you ramble and say irrelevant things. So my question
How
is...
can I ramble in half a sentence?
You've been saying plenty of sentences. Do you think the speaking time up to this point is even, or do you think you've spoken more than me?
I have spoken more than you,
exactly.
but I haven't
So then
interrupted
you've had an opportunity to speak. You're just not answering my question. So my question is very simple. What's a culture that you feel has been unchanged for the past 50 years? Or what is an example of cultural preservation? I feel like cultures are evolving all the time. It's definitionally a part of culture.
Of course. Cultures are evolving all the time. But if you were to be plonked in 1970s Afghanistan and 1990s Afghanistan and 2010s Afghanistan and 1950s Britain, 1970s Britain and 2010s Britain, there would be common themes that run through both of those places so that you would instantly recognize, I am in Afghanistan, I am in Britain. Would you accept that?
I agree that different cultures are different, yes.
Right, well done. Good. So we've got there then.
Well, you just established that there are... This is like saying
different cultures are different, which means that they have something about them.
Yes, and
that makes them different.
If you have a brother, both of you will be different for your entire lives.
But there would be a family culture that you have that's different to other families.
But you wouldn't be the same as you were when you were 10 years old.
No,
you
you
grow and change, right? So when you talk about
but you're still the same
culture,
person, right?
What?
You're still the same person.
Yeah, but you're dramatically changed.
But you're still the same.
But you're the same person. He's literally trying to say because you change over time that there's no consistency to who you are. But of course, if you were to ask him what makes a person, it would have nothing to do with DNA or conception. It would have to do with an unchanging consciousness. You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up. These people are so duplicitous. They're so duplicitous that they can't even keep their own shit straight. They can't even get their own shit straight.
No. Are you the same as you were 10 or 15 years ago? What do you mean by that? The same. You're not unchanged, right?
Are you pretending to be a moron, or are you actually being one?
So he definitely is one, but once again, we've got the typical derailing happening.
Are you the same as you were 10 or 15 years ago? What do you mean by that?
I mean, Konstantin is offering a definition of culture here, and this is actually not an easy thing to do because this is one of those things that's not overly easy to define.
A culture is what people do without having been told to do so by law.
I mean, some ideas are not actually very easy to put into words. They're intense.
All right, let's see. What are you guys saying? Not a goddamn thing. Shared history. Yep. If you look at Cup, I think there's a picture of him. Yep. I mean, he says he's bi, but there was that video that came out of him fucking looking up from a dick as it was in his mouth. So, I mean, you know, it usually is. It usually is. So I'm just going to skip to there. I mean, I love you, Jake, but we ain't here for you, bro.
In his own tactics against him when they start arguing about wokeness. Let's get into
Forget
it.
about conservatism. Let's
Okay.
talk about wokeness. So
Okay.
what would be your definition of wokeness?
In the broadest sense, usually.
There, before we get there, let's do dilly. All right. So you guys are mostly what on the? Yeah, where is everybody? All right, I guess maybe. I'm just thinking. I don't want to get into something that we. Are you okay, Mart? What's the matter? Are you shaking? Or are you sick? What are you doing? Are you okay? You're acting weird. He's always acting weird. Okay, I'm gonna keep this plan. I'm gonna see what else is going on, and depending on who's around, then we'll see what's good.
Issues that are very, very far left of the norm, I guess. But these positions in the United States at least tend to be held by...
Such as?
It might be certain things related to, I mean, trans people are obviously the hot go-to topic for everybody. It might be things specifically related to trans people. It might be things related to, they call it CRT, they call it, or there was affirmative action, then CRT, then DEI. It might be people who are socialists, about the economy, or whatever that means to people. It really depends on where you're at, who would consider what woke, or what the conservative boogeyman of the day is.
I don't know what the conservative point of view. So your point of view is that wokeness is about trans people and DEI?
That seems to be the case when I look at
So that's your definition.
I don't define things as wokeism. It seems like a really...
I don't really feel like going on to like a panel, but my boy Dr. Evil Genius is live right now covering the UFC fights, and obviously you can't play the UFC fight, so he's kind of there just talking, and so we could probably get into a conversation. I could hit him up and see if he's interested in having me up. Or we could just rock with this and call it a night. Let me know what you guys think. Jason said, woke is about transsexual toddlers in thoughts. Pretty much. No, I would say that, that definitely is woke, but wokeness is much broader than that. It is the mentality that allows you to think that a transsexual toddler is a thing that can or should exist. So it may lead you to the far left wing, but it could also lead you to some really stupid ideas, like how Trump had nothing to do with trying to cover up the Epstein file. Whether or not he's in the files is a different question. Okay, I'm gonna put a poll on the horizontal stream. So if you would like to. If you'd like to have a say in what happens next, hit the link in the description. Come on over and vote.
Vapid, stupid definition. I would just talk about the issue or the policy itself.
I guess your issue is with the topic of our debate then.
Well, no, because I think that you obsessively talk about wokeism, so it's probably a good thing for us to have a discussion
I'm asking
on.
you to define it so that instead of continually asking me questions and then pretending not to understand my answers, we actually address your argument. So
if you feel like there's an answer I don't understand, you can feel free to ask me to explain your answer. I can do it with ease. They're very simple. You only need the cognitive power of like a 9-year-old to understand them. So
your definition of wokeness is? again, just coming back to it. So,
If
so we're
you
clear
take
about
the
what we're
median's
discussing.
view on social beliefs, the things that are to the furthest.
Real quick, I'll show you what I'm talking about. Just because I imagine you're expecting when I say that he is watching the fights, that like, you know, he's got that going on, but it's literally just him here hanging out. He's got some people in the chat, so I don't think he has the actual yeah, he doesn't have the link pinned, but I could hit him up and see if, you know, see what he's up to. That is the second option. Oh wait, boom. So the poll is up. You let me know, guys. So I'm gonna switch back to this. Otherwise, we could just finish this up and call it a night.
So, so we're
If
clear
you take
about
the
what we're
median's
discussing.
view on social beliefs, the things that are to the furthest left, the most progressive, the most college student-y, young things, they tend to be around like gender things or minority issues or LGBTQI, whatever status. These tend to be like things that people identify as woke.
So what we're discussing in this section of the debate is whether far left politics and progressivism has ruined society. Is that the discussion?
Yeah, sure.
What would you
If
mean?
the
Yeah,
question was
sure.
on wokeism,
Right.
the issue is,
And I got you to define it as far left progressivism.
yes.
So,
insofar as I would define it, I don't see it as a major threat, at least in the United States, because I don't think that the people that tend to hold these views have any real political power. It tends to be college kids and people on Twitter. But conservatives are very concerned about this, and they talk about these issues all the time, and then they use them to power their policies that end up being even more regressive than the super woke stuff was progressive, because it wasn't really manifesting in a real way anyway. And now I have a country where half the states don't really have the ability to get an abortion for women because people thought that every 4-year-old was being forcibly transitioned to another gender. It's my issue with it.
well, that's your country and your issue. But just coming back to our definition so that we can know what we're discussing. What you're addressing is, has far left progressive politics had a negative impact on our society? That's how you understand this discussion.
That's how I understand the world. That it definitely. I know, right? Dick's like the only fucking one. We got Jason over on the vertical, but I don't know where everybody is. I don't know. It's early for a Saturday because the debates don't start like it's debate night. Debates don't start until like 10:30 or something. I expected people to be around, but I don't know where everybody is. So we'll see. So hit the poll and we'll see what's
correct.
Am I going to say yes here, and you're going to go, I'm glad you agree that wokeism is far left?
No.
Yeah, I guess yes, that would be my understanding of this discussion,
Okay,
yes.
so
Yes.
good. Now we know what we're actually discussing.
Hey,
So,
we got David in the building. Welcome to the party. Don't worry about that. When I ask you guys a question, I'm asking you for your opinion. That's how we got fucked up with the goddamn tattoo poll, because you guys, a bunch of people, well, I think Lutz would want. If I'm asking you a question, I'm asking you a question. Which one would you like? And again, if you're just joining, we are talking about the filthy casual
critical
party.
And I think you have every right to be critical in that way, but at the same time, when you ask Ronnie Coleman if he would do any of it over again he would still do it the same way. Oh, Andrew Jack won. I thought Nick was gonna win.
So they're they're just kind of watching, but I can ask him. We can pop over and say hello. So you decide. Well, that's why you gotta think.
Okay.
Yes.
So
Yes.
good. Now we know what we're actually discussing. So in terms of its impact, I mean, one of the most obvious things, and I brought
What
up,
is your definition of wokeism?
I agree with you. I agree with your definition.
Okay. All right. Okay. I think it's okay to agree on a definition to have the discussion, right?
That's why I did it, so that we could agree on the definition.
Oh, okay. It felt a little bit more passive aggressive than that.
Just open the
That's
fucking
your bad.
drink.
Yeah.
Okay, go for it.
I've worked out the tricks that you play, and so I've trapped you in your own logic.
And to be clear, the trick that I just played was asking you for the definition of a term.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. All right,
That's
my bad.
right.
I
That's
know that
right.
we don't like that
Did
here.
you vote
Okay.
for that one, Behave? Did you vote for that one? Because that's the one I wanted. And now I'm in a whole fucking thing with my tattoo artist who doesn't want to put the Trump one. Just like, I think you're going to get that covered up. Did you vote for the dilly dilly tattoo? I bet you didn't.
My bad. Okay, go
That's
ahead.
exactly right. Because what you do is you don't define it yourself, so that you can then argue with my definition for half an hour, and so we can't have the actual debate. Now be quiet, and
I'll define my terms if you want. Well, I'm only going to be quiet. I'll define my terms if you want me to. But wokeism is from you guys
It
use.
took me about 10 minutes to get you to define woke. I'm glad we did it. Now we can have
Now
the
you can use
actual
my
discussion.
definition. I'm glad I can
Now
provide
we
you
can
with
have
one.
the
Go
actual
for it.
discussion.
Okay.
Now we can have the actual discussion.
So Constantine is actually right about this because, like we said before, all Destiny's doing, all he can do here is be pedantic and try and argue with Constantine and pretend that he doesn't understand what things, and then move on with the debate. Anyways, the next part is very entertaining. Constantine gets him very good here.
Including ethno-nationalist sentiment, is because of this. And the reason I opposed wokeness from the very beginning and far-left progressivism from the very beginning was that it was obvious to me that the number one consequence of pursuing radical left-wing progressivism and racial essentialism of this kind would be that the majority population would begin to pursue identity politics for itself. If you discriminate against white men and say so openly, it's going to be a very short period of time before white men look at that and say, well, if we're now picking people for jobs based on skin color, I am the oppressed minority now, or I'm the oppressed majority now. We need to look after my interests. And the reason you see the reactionary forces rising both in America, in the rest of Europe, and in this country is precisely because they've been pushed into this corner by woke leftists. And that is one of the major ways that this movement has damaged our society, as I predicted all along.
So I would say the least impressive thing about conservative predictions is that typically what they'll do is they will build their own enemies. They will cry about the enemies. And then when they manage to convince everybody else that those enemies are real, and then those people react against those enemies, they try to say that, well, it was the enemies in the beginning that caused this particular problem to come about. And I guess the issue that I have is when it comes to woke related stuff, it's hard to find ever, like, what are the particular DEI policies or affirmative action policies that we're talking about? It's always some vague allusion to airlines don't want to hire white pilots, or they lower their standards for black pilots, or these things that tend to not exist when you actually dig into them. Now, I don't know, maybe it is the case that the Royal Air Force actually had a policy of not hiring straight white men.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll look into that. I'm curious about that. I have a feeling when I look into it, it's going to be...
After you use it as an example of something crazy, that's when you're going to look into it. Projection. You can't make that shit up.
Completely untrue, like most of the stuff that you bring it up. But I'll look into it. Maybe it was true. And, you know, if it is, I would say that's not a good thing. That
it isn't a good thing, and it also is true.
You shouldn't be doing stuff like that. But I guess the issue I have is when we talk about magnitude.
But you can't say, okay, well, if that's happening, then I agree that should be bad. But it's not happening, so you're wrong. But I haven't looked into it. What?
I think you said earlier that sometimes people fixate on these issues a little bit too much, but it's because they're such common sense issues. When I look at the United States right now, and I think how many trans people are there, how many people are doing stuff related to trans people, the number of people is
not as many as you would like, Destiny. Thanks to people like me and Constantine and other people who speak out against that bullshit, not as many as you would like. Where would we be? Where would we be without people like me? Without people like anybody on the right talking about how bad transing kids is? Where would we be? That would be the fucking norm at this point. You don't get to take credit for the fact that there's not a lot of trans people when you've been pushing like crazy.
Incredibly small. It's like 1%. And the idea that would somehow cause so much of a population to become reactionary that as of 30 minutes ago, I'm pretty sure Iran has tried to bomb like 7 different countries because we have a president who is a madman who is going on a rampage against the entire world insofar as trade and bombs goes. I just can't, in my mind, rationalize how so many of these smart people I'll say in the center like you who say, well, I can obviously identify that this is a problem. Why don't you ever identify any of these super obvious problems on the right or any of the super obvious problems that are reactionary to the other things that were reactionary, especially when the issues in the United States on the right are represented through every single pylon of power.
All right, fuck this. We know exactly where this is going. Fucking Dr. Legenius sent me the link. We fuck this dude. I cannot stand this dude. So we're just gonna pop in and say what's good. Oh, use dark mode, guys. All right, so let's see. I don't know what's going to happen here. So just so you guys know, I don't know what's going to happen here. This is a show where they're covering the UFC fights, so that's going to be front and center. But other than that, there's not really much else going on. And he doesn't love to talk politics, but he likes to talk about culture. So I'm going to try to work in the Jesse Jackson thing and see if maybe he wants to play that game. But I don't want to push it too much. Hey, shout out to the Sugar Daddy Funk Master General with a 10 gifted memberships. Thank you. So very, very much, sir. And of course, that's going to get a nice big treat for Morty. Come here. Yeah, there. Yeah. Say thank you to our sugar daddy. Thank you. Did you drop some? You got more here. Did you drop that one? There you go. Thank you. Oh, right there. Yep, user T. There we go. Thank you. So very. Something just fell downstairs. I don't know what it is, but hey. Thank you. So very much welcome to the party. We're about to go. It's not a panel. Don't worry. I don't know if you've been listening to anything, but I'm gonna go talk to a friend that we haven't talked to in a little while, and I have no idea where it's about to go. Yeah, right. Insane. Like, can I? Here, let's do this. If I share my own thing, obviously I'm just gonna do it so you can see. It's gonna, but you can see how it's all dark there. Versus when we go over to this one, it's fucking blinding. But thank you again, Funk Master General. Let's go see what Dr. Evil Genius and his wife, his 2 wives. He's got 2 wives. What are they up to?
Look at that. Oh, right. Wait, is he wearing? I was about to say, is he wearing? Is he wearing Ric Flair's fucking? Welcoming to the stream, the in capital letters, the Indian Jesus.
How we doing?
Yeah, how you doing, brother?
Not too bad. How you guys been?
Since when did you turn into the Indian Ric Flair?
Well, I was hanging out in the after party of one of my streams, and shout out to my boy Glomtech, who was wearing one. He had the black and gray, but he looked super comfy, and I was like, "Yo, I need to steal that. So here,
hey, Morty will live forever.
Yep, there he is, still alive, and
Morty will live forever. I would give a super chat, but then I would just be giving 30% to Google for no reason.
Yeah. Put up the Venmo, Cash App, PayPal. Well, PayPal also takes a piece now.
Actually, the people would rather see Morty than see you.
Exactly. So that's how you get on the screen.
Just hold them up like
Simba. Yeah, just hold them up. Let everybody know, who Morty is about. But anyway, yeah. So you were saying that you had somebody in your chat that was rocking the Versace.
Versace. What?
Oh yeah, we're actually done with that knockout, and it looks like we're gonna have a little bit of time because we just had a fight just end in the first 1 minute 47. So RoboCop just blasted Fajeda. So just like, damn. Well, good night.
I don't know what's happening.
So have you thought
full screen?
Huh?
No, go ahead.
No, have you thought about watching a UFC product now that there are no more pay-per-view?
I did not know that. Where do we watch UFC?
Paramount Plus.
I ain't paying for that shit either.
But it's way cheaper. It's got really good movies on there. Yes. And it's building a profile of live events. And again, it carries every UFC event top to bottom. And there's no more $80 pay-per-views. So remember, we used to do the ESPN Plus thing. You can get rid of that. It's really, in my opinion, it is a really good value.
Okay. Sorry, I was bugging out because it wouldn't let me. My laptop wasn't letting me full screen the video like the your StreamYard. It was like the brightness. It doesn't say F11 as brightness. It kept going up. I look back on my thing. It's already full screen.
You'll be all right.
Good.
So how you been, brother?
Not bad, man. You know, trying to do the damn thing, and I've gotten into some panel shows more recently.
Okay.
That can be that's hit or miss. It's a lot of energy, and the open panels, you never know what you're gonna get.
Right. What have I been getting into? I've been getting into World War II history videos. I've been getting into cat videos.
Cat videos. Like
I have been watching like some of those really scary like train wreck style videos where they have like the stuff that gets caught on camera of like cranes fucking collapsing and falling and fucking natural disasters and train derailments and shit.
Let's see.
I'm like, you know. But yeah, the cat videos are really cool. The rabbit videos are cool.
Otter.
Yeah, the otter videos. There are a couple of Japanese content creators that keep pet otters, and that's really cool.
Any animal will do, eh?
Huh?
I said any animal will do. How?
They're pretty cool. I've been watching a lot of comic stuff. Baseball season starting up, so I've been basically kind of getting away from a lot of the political stuff and the socio-political stuff. Just
healthy,
getting away from that kind of content because it has not been really enriching my life. Like, I will still watch Destro Reborn every now and again because he is the GOAT of the red pill space. I don't care what anybody says. Destro is the GOAT. But everybody else, I'm just kind of like not trying to hear it. I think that a lot of us that have been watching a lot of that content over the last few years have pretty much figured out that anything that could have been said has already been said. And I think that what you're seeing is a lot of guys are just exiting the dating market. They're not debating anymore. They're not arguing. They're not telling their opinion. They're just going off and living their own lives. So now the women are complaining because the guys are not showing up to dating events. They're not on the dating apps anymore. They won't say hi to them. They won't open the door. They won't save them from the death that they cause for themselves. Oh my God, where all the men go? Well, you asked us to shut up and disappear. Well, we've shut up and disappeared.
Did you hear about the chick that sued the dude who saved her from getting hit by a car? She walked into the She walked into the street, not looking, and there's a car coming 50 miles an hour.
Yep.
Some dude fucking runs and tackles her out of the way.
Yep.
Sued for sexual assault.
We had a guy that was that ran up to help a kid that slammed his head on the floor in a Walmart. He ended up doing almost 50 days in jail because the boy's mother accused him of trying to kidnap her son. And there was all types of evidence that shows that he was not trying to kidnap this woman's son. And he still spent like 47 days in jail and basically had his entire public image completely destroyed for trying to help. Now men are just like, you know what? We're not doing that anymore. And now they're being demonized for not stepping in anymore. It's just like, you know what? A lot of guys are just like, you know what? We're not going to deal with it. We're not going to argue. We're not going to debate. We're just going to exit society. That's it. You wanted us to shut up. You wanted us to sit down and shut up. Well, that's what we're going to do.
And they don't like it. They don't like it.
They don't like it at all.
Society figured out for the last 20.
Stop giving me attention. Stop trying to talk to me. The guys did that. Now they're complaining about that too. So that's pretty much where I'm at with it. I don't want to hear women complain about anything. I don't want to hear any of it. The guys have basically gone on and started worrying about making their money, improving their own lives. Like, for instance, I was actually talking about this earlier in the stream, and I want to get your opinion on this, Lutch. My Bumble account kind of exploded in the second half of January. I had like 17 different women try to match with me all the way up until like February 13th. But I decided I wasn't going to address any of the match attempts at all until maybe March or April or something like that, because I wanted to see why they were trying to match. Don't you know that at least 13 of the women that tried to match with me deleted their accounts since February 14th.
I mean, what? So
They only got on there because they thought that they were going to be able to siphon off resources for February 14th.
Gotcha.
So what I said is, I don't think that any of these women are really interested at all. So I'm going to let their match request just sit and then see what happens a month or 2 months later.
Gone.
And almost all of them have just deleted the app. Like the guys already know that you don't care about none of these men. You're not trying to build anything with a guy. You're not trying to you only are here for what you can try to get out of somebody. And the thing is, guys are leaving the dating apps. They're complaining that, oh, I went to this dating event and there was 600 women and 2 men. Right? And it's just like, well, you asked us to leave you alone. So that's what we're doing.
Yep.
So that's why I've kind of gotten away from the red pill stuff. It's like, we already know what the truth is. We know what the situation is. There's no more words that need to be said.
Yep.
And right now, the only real red pill creators left are women online talking all of this caca.
Shout out to Pearl.
The only people making red pill content are the women jumping up on the internet talking about how much they need a provider man and all men are evil and all that other stuff. And it's like, now all of the red pill channels are just reaction content.
Well, that's
because the men are not saying anything. They're just letting the women talk.
Yeah, that's why I've always said that the red pill should be a pit stop where you get the information that your daddy or your uncle should have taught you that never did. You get that information and keep it pushing.
Mm-hmm. And I think that a lot of men have entered red pill rage all around the same time and are exiting red pill rage all around the same time. So a lot of the red pill content creators are not making the money that they were making or getting the views. But it has not changed the dating market at all. Men are still not buying into the garbage and the BS.
Dick Johnson in my chat said those vaginas weren't going to fuck themselves, ladies. Dick, actually, they are.
Wait, how are you able to stream on both?
What do you mean?
Because you said you're streaming on your side.
Yeah. What's the question?
No, I'm saying, like, how are you able? Are you streaming this stream on your stream?
Yeah. So
how are you able to do that?
Just screen share like anything else.
Oh, okay, that's dope. Yeah. I'm dumb.
I've got my studio in one tab. I've got your studio in the other tab, and I'm sharing the tab.
Oh, I got you. Oh, that's dope. That's dope.
Our computer would
just blue screen of death.
Blue screen of death instantly.
Yeah, and the thing
tried that.
We wanted to get a new computer. We did want to get a new computer, but we really can't because a graphics card now costs $4,000 when a high-end rig used to cost $4,000.
We were just talking about that, bro. Because I don't know,
like it's not even worth trying anymore. So it's just kind of like, you know what? We're gonna wait for all the AI data farms to lose all their money.
We're riding it till all the wheels come off.
Yeah.
I mean, breaking down.
Yep.
Well, that's the other thing too, is that the prices more recently have been skyrocketing, right?
Yeah, but also RAM.
Yeah,
it's not just the video cards and the VRAM, but just like RAM in general has shot through the roof. It's just not worth it.
Yeah, I was trying to get in. I was trying to get some gaming people into the streams, especially with the StreamYard. You can do both the vertical and the landscape. That really helped.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're doing vertical and landscape too.
Yeah. The only thing I don't like is when you're backstage, I can't hide the vertical. So right now my thing is showing both, but I was like, we need that. But yeah, it's bringing a lot of people. Like, all right, now that I could do this, then maybe it's worth it to buy a game and do some stuff like that. But number one, I don't, you remember a couple of years ago when, like, on my laptop now, but I have this computer downstairs, and I assumed that that would be enough for just basic gaming. Nope.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah. And the thing is, I've been running this rig since 2015. Louis Rossman, he donated some upgraded pieces once my liquid cooling system failed and then killed my motherboard. He helped me get a new motherboard and a new CPU or whatever, and a new case. But we really want to get a new computer. It's just too, for me, even if I could afford it, because I'm not that far off from being able to get a nice rig. To me, I would feel like a fucking dick just giving up, top 5% rig money for just one component.
Yeah.
I can't justify that.
That's why it's crazy to me. Like, how is it that every kid is doing all this gaming shit? Like, I don't understand. Like, that's back in our day. Like, most people had an Xbox or PlayStation or whatever. But you buy a console. It's that much money. A couple shekels per game, and you're good. But now you get this whole fucking system, and then all these kids are streaming too. So you got to figure out how OBS works. I don't know. I've entered my boomer era.
Oh man.
I think it's working, but we didn't even finish the game.
Condolences on the boomer era.
Yep, from millennium.
So we got Drew Dober versus Michael Johnson. I think that Michael Johnson has a lot of experience as a fighter. However, I just think that Drew Dober is a little bit faster and he's stronger at the same time. Now, both of them do have a lot of damage on them, so it really is anybody's guess who might get the finish. I don't see this fight going the full 15 minutes, and I don't see Michael Johnson winning this fight. So that's just kind of the way I see this matchup right here and now, as Drew Dober is getting ready to get in the cage.
You said you don't see Drew Dober winning? Or you don't see...
No, I don't see Michael Johnson winning this fight.
Okay. I was going to say, that like this goes back to like my era, where Drew Dober was coming up, and even then Michael Johnson was a little over the hill.
Yeah. But Drew Dober has taken a lot of damage and has gotten knocked out really brutally a couple times. But Michael Johnson just keeps getting in there. And it looks like he's actually in there trying to win, even when he gets dominated. It doesn't look like he's just there for the show money. Michael Johnson actually does try to win. However, I just don't think that the combination of speed and power from Drew Dober is going to be enough. I just think that Michael Johnson is taking too much damage, and he does not have the power to keep Drew Dober from getting into close striking range, into that boxing range. Now, if Michael Johnson really wanted to try to win this from start to finish, he would probably try to point fight him and fight behind his jab and stay tall and stay long, pause, right? But I just don't think that when Drew Dober goes to get athletic and get powerful, trying to get inside on Michael Johnson, I just don't think that Johnson is going to be able to stop that. So,
if we got a question from the chat, like Nick and Nate Diaz, do you think either will come back?
No, actually, I think they're both done. There was some rumors about Nick Diaz was supposed to have a fight late last year.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it ended up not working out.
I mean, he's still banned for life, right?
Nate Diaz, it was still trying to talk about getting a fight with Dustin Poirier, who has retired, or Conor McGregor again. But I think we've already, again, like I was explaining earlier in the stream, Conor McGregor has one MMA win since Barack Obama was president of the United States.
Easy. Think about how perfectly he played the game. Well, like obviously, there's a lot of
like Triple H.
There's a lot of skill in terms of and training and all of that. But once you get to the big show and you're there, he played it so well. How many total fights did he have in the UFC? Like 5, maybe. And the most famous rich fucking fighter ever. Insane.
Yeah, I mean, but we had a fighter earlier today that was trying to do the billionaire bitch slap walk in the cage, and she got annoyed by it. Yeah. She got annoyed by that. And
it's funny.
It's like, dude, you don't have like your own shit.
Yeah. He looked dumb doing it.
Yeah.
He looked dumb and stiff.
Pause.
And dumb. And then he tries to do the Anderson Silva.
Yeah. He was trying to
dodge.
Yeah, trying to do the like Anderson Silva. Yeah.
The pullback. Israel. Yeah. What's up with Israel Adesanya? Where's he been?
He did lose his last fight.
He fights in a few weeks.
Yeah, but he does fight soon at a numbered event.
Nice.
But he says that he wants to try to get one more run back towards the belt. But the thing is that the aura and the mystique, for Israel Adesanya are just the name of two strippers at this point. There is no more of that for Israel Adesanya. Nobody is getting frozen like Elsa anymore when it comes to him.
Well, it sounds like I fucking
even when he fought really, really well, he still got submitted.
So it sounds like the Conor McGregor era was the most entertaining one.
I would probably have to say that too. I mean, I can't think of another, 2014, 15, 16, 17, 18. We had some a couple of exciting things, from Khamzat Chimaev, and we had Khabib Nurmagomedov. But the product, I mean, the last couple of weekends, man, we've just been here like, oh my God, can we just get to the end?
Mm-hmm.
See, and that's
except for the first fight of the year.
And did you know that the UFC changed their bonus structure?
I did not. How's that working?
Okay. This is going to be one of the few things that you would approve of. So all finishes, knockouts, and submissions get a minimum $25,000 bonus. Minimum.
I like that.
And the performance and knockouts of the night go from 50,000 to now 100,000. So we only had like one fight go to decision in the first show of the year, 2026. Even the women were getting knockouts.
Oh, so that just started this year?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then like the last 2 or 3 weeks, people are like, I don't need that money. Let's go to decision.
Mm-hmm. That seems like a good way, like with the finishing bonus. That seems like a good way to, like they're always talking about pushing the action without. Yeah. Like, what are some of the other?
We had a lot of problems in 2025. There were a lot of bad fights. A lot.
I wonder how much COVID had to do with that, because it seemed like before COVID there was just a constant feed of new young guys coming up, and even though the UFC was going strong through COVID, I started doing BJJ right at the beginning of COVID, and then the school got shut down, and then I moved, and I've been sitting in this fucking spot ever since.
I can't, because the era of the era of fights during the Rona were some of the best fights in UFC history, but we're talking about the last year and a half. It's just been, gay man shit. Let me lay on you for 15 minutes.
Same with streamers.
I mean, we have this DeRitter guy, right? Renier DeRitter, who fights tonight. He is a world champion kickboxer that refuses to strike. He only wants to hug men in the cage.
Yay!
Yep.
Well, I mean, it is. Speaking of eras, it is the Khabib. Is it still the Khabib era? Has somebody come along that has...
No, well, the thing is, it's not even fair to call it that, because Khabib actually went for finishes. He didn't go for trying to see if he can outlay on someone for 25 minutes.
Right, and that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying a Khabib is a lay and pray guy, but I'm saying if Khabib is the Mike Tyson, so to speak, of what he's going to do, but you can't stop him either way, then people are going...
I mean, we have Makhachev.
That's what.
But he did move up from lightweight. He moved up and took the belt at 170.
And then I thought,
Makhachev is the welterweight champion right now.
and then Bilal Muhammad is the lightweight now?
Bilal Muhammad was at 170. Bilal Muhammad lost to the guy that Makhachev beat for the title, which was
round robin.
Della Maddalena.
No. That's it. I mean, I could definitely see myself getting back into the sport itself, but like
we'll take you over here on TSP on Saturday nights every now and again.
Yeah, usually if I'm going to be straight, like Saturday nights, where all these channels do debates. We have like Horseradish has a channel, Speakeasy, Grid One Motorsports. All these people. Saturday night is like debate night. So if I'm gonna be on, that's where everybody is. And I was doing it I did it a few weeks in a row. But as much as I love debating, it gets to the point where it's like, all right, now we're just debating, so that we have something to debate.
Right, exactly.
Not really.
And then, you know what? I'm glad that you mentioned that. You know who I have a even bigger amount of respect for when I already had a whole lot of respect for him to begin with? The lead attorney.
Okay.
Have you seen what he's done with his channel?
I've seen that he's doing a lot more React content.
Now he's doing reaction content, but he's doing it better than anybody because he is actually an attorney.
True.
So the commentary that he's given is not like the standard, oh shit, that shit was crazy. It's, oh, did you catch this little thing? Did you catch that little thing? Well, this is the legal ramifications of this, that, or the third. Yeah. And I'm like, damn.
And legal fucking fell off. Holy shit.
Really?
Yeah, bro. He went super far left and stopped being about like the law and more being about the narrative. There's some other guy, I want to say Legal Mindset, who's kind of taken his spot of like commenting on like internet drama and stuff, as political things in an entertaining way, but from a legal perspective, not a left or a right perspective.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I think it was.
Yeah, I don't watch any political content, especially on the right. Like once it was like, okay, we have Prince Andrew was like the biggest Epstein guy. And the second biggest Epstein guy was Trump. And then I don't hear nobody talking about that shit. Then I'm like, I don't want to hear anything our guys got to say. The bias is way too crazy. I'm done. I'm out. I'm done. I'm out. I don't want to hear it. Until I hear people who run their MAGA mouths hold Trump to account the same way they want to hold all of the other PDF files to account. Until you hold everybody that is, prominent first and foremost in all of that stuff, and you refuse to talk about it, I don't trust you. Because the first thing that I've been seeing is, oh shit! Oh, look at him! He's curled up. I told you there was no road to victory.
But his toes are still curled.
Yeah.
He can't uncurl his toes.
He actually curled up in recovery position to do his own first aid.
Right. Because the other black.
I told you, Drew Dober is too fast and too powerful for an aging Michael Johnson. Sorry. And when I say an aging Michael Johnson, I don't mean like he's like 45. No, aging Michael Johnson he's in his late 30s, but he's been in through like 40 fucking professional fights.
I mean, his legs are just.
Ooh.
His brain turned back on.
He didn't even react when he got hit when he was on the. Oh wow! Look at all that spit! Look at the way he fell! Yeah. Oh, look! He didn't even react when he got punched. He was out. Yeah. Look at his toes!
I know. That's what I'm saying. And then he's talking, saying what's going on.
Notice how
but the lower half of his body is still
complete.
It really
short circuit.
It looked like he got that only good head.
But all right.
Look at the face. And bonk. Oh. Well, there goes a bonus.
Yeah, so like I get really pissed off with political commentary these days. I'm just waiting until World War III starts. Like we thought World War III started last night because our Verizon and T-Mobile went down at the same time, like at like 12:30 at night. And I was like texting people or trying to text people like, Did your internet go down? Because I'm thinking, oh shit.
Wait a minute.
They took out our communications.
When was this?
About 12:30 at night last night.
Bro, I don't know exactly. It was somewhere around then. I was asleep and I woke up and the whatever I was watching, it was just saying like no internet connected. And luckily I have the mobile hotspot because I would fucking flip the fuck out if I had to deal with that in the middle of the night.
But we switched off the Wi-Fi and we went to cellular and it was gone too.
Oh really?
Yeah, the T-Mobile was gone and the Verizon Fios was gone.
It's coming. It's either the AI overlords or...
Well, I've been trying to warn people about this AI shit, and then people are like, oh my God, but AI is not good at that. But the shit that AI is good at today was unheard of 6 months ago. Like, AI is moving at a speed that defies modern thinking and convention. And the government version of AI is already way further ahead than anything you'll see in ChatGPT 5.
Oh yeah, and
so I've got people who are intelligent that I actually respect are saying to me, "Well, AI is great because then I can use it for my own private servers." Bitch, you won't have a private server when the government gets, becomes the authoritarian regime that it always wants to be.
Let me know.
And then you can't do anything without privacy because now AI is the overlord.
Hey, give me 1 second here. We got a super chat from Nordic Morn. Said usually listen.
Where's Morty?
We got him. Hold on. He's getting sunflower seeds tonight.
Wait, Morty's eating sunflower seeds?
Come here. Yeah.
What happened to the peanut butter?
Well, he had
Morty.
So we can't give him too much because there's too much sugar in that.
What about the natural peanut butters?
Well, I'm not eating that shit. I'm not buying peanut butter just for him.
Why not? He hasn't earned it,
bro. Do you know how much fucking money I spend on food and toys? And he won't take the normal bully stick.
Buy one less toy and get him some organic peanut butter.
Okay, and then that's gone in one day. And then not only that, but
so
then he fucking takes the thing and he doesn't want to play with anything else.
When you're 80 years old, when you're 80 years old, Lutch,
no.
When you're 80 years old, do you want somebody to be able to tell you can't have, your kratom or whatever the fuck you enjoy because it costs too much? Like, bitch, I'm about to die.
I fucking pay for it. Pay for it. If you are buying my kratom, then yes, at any point you are allowed to tell me no more kratom. But as of right now, thank you, Nordic.
Does it really taste like sewage?
No, it just it tastes like dirt. It literally tastes like dirt. I mean,
It tastes like dirt.
Holy fuck!
Just it's ground up leaves. It's literally ground up leaves. So I take.
Well, God made dirt, and dirt don't hurt.
I'll take about. That's about a teaspoon. I'll put 2 of these.
Even Morty was like, "What is that?" I'm good. I'm out.
I spilled it all over my fucking keyboard, and I just spilled some fucking sauce.
Yeah, I just saw that too. I was just like, "Damn, you're still derpy like that?" Like the fuck?
I forgot the fan was on. The fan was on. So yeah, I just put 2 of those.
Oh shit!
With water in a Gatorade thing. I already have. So like this is what it looks like full. You can tell that up here it looks like that. It gets mad darker. There's just literally all this sediment in there. And so,
well, have you tried to do like the super greens?
What do you mean?
The super greens is a lot like what you're. Look at the look on his face.
Hooah! And we just wash it down.
I was gonna say, does that remind you of anything?
What?
JL, name value wise, the media views have been rough. Usually the presser averages at minimum 300K, but this past one it got 20K. I didn't watch it, but that shows this card has no heat. Yeah, I'd have to say that.
David's saying the Overlord is the one. Overlord being Morty is the one who gets the super chat, so he is kind of paying for it.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you're getting super chats. Give him the fucking organic peanut butter.
His food, his vet bill, who spent about $1,500 a month.
You know what? When we come to visit you, we'll bring the fucking. We will bring the fucking peanut butter.
It's $2.49 at Trader Joe's. $2.49.
Well, some of us are fucking broke. All right, I'm sorry.
I'm broke, nigga. I'm broke. Oh man.
One of these days, when we eventually meet you in person, we'll send you home with a care package, and by you I mean Morty, of peanut butter.
I gotta. Where are we? How close to? Fuck, I forget exactly where it is. But how far from Long Island are you?
Pretty far.
Depends on which part.
Again, because I have another friend, my sugar daddy, the funk master.
Hey yo,
who lives in the area. Not well. I don't know exactly where. I forget if it's Long Island or Staten Island or.
You're a long-haired man calling another man a sugar daddy. That's
crazy. I don't give a fuck. My sugar daddy.
That's crazy.
So Long Island and Staten Island are two completely different places.
They both have island, and they're both in the state next to New Jersey with the other word "new" in them. All right, what? I'm sorry that I don't fucking.
Why is Sean O'Malley fighting Ayman Zahabi? Why?
All right, now that's my boy.
Why is Mauricio Rufi fighting Michael Chandler?
Thank you.
Bo Nickel versus Kyle Dawkins. Okay, that's decent. Diego Lopez, Steve Garcia, decent. Alex Pereira moves up to heavyweight to fight Cyril Gane. Okay.
I think that's the
White House guy. Yeah. I mean that's decent. I just don't want to watch a Donald Trump cocksuck for 6 hours. I'm just not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. So
if you don't,
I don't know. You guys could do the
rage baiting me.
You guys can let him host the host that event. See, the thing is, for me, Lutch, like if you are a fan of the president, cool. I don't have a problem with that, right? Like if you want to show him like coming out with Dana White, that's cool. But the last time that they had Donald Trump on the screen, they showed Donald Trump more than they showed the fighters. It was really bad. Like it's just like, dude, get his fucking withery
during the
flaccid dick out of your throat. Stop. We didn't come here so that you can keep putting the camera on Donald Trump.
Hold on.
Please put the camera on the fighters.
Hold on. During the fights?
During the fights.
While the clock is going.
While the fight is going on and in between the fights.
Okay. So
and it's like, why are you doing this?
The reason I ask is because...
Hey, here's your friend right here, Midmo.
Hey, the man of steel himself.
Yeah, I don't like this fight. Ayman Zahabi versus Sean O'Malley. That's a waste of everybody's time. And I do believe, JL, that I do believe that this is probably going to happen. I think Ilya is going to send Justin into an unceremonious retirement. Because when he lands that right hand, Justin's defense, striking defense, is about as bad as there is in professional fighting for a high level fighter. I'm sorry, but Ilya is only going to need to make contact with his jaw with an overhand right 3 times, and Justin is going to hit the ground like a sack of potatoes. Like it's a bad mismatch. And you guys know I love Justin Gaethje. I'm not an Ilya Topuria fan.
He doesn't want to talk politics.
I would want, if this happened, I would want Sean O'Malley to retire immediately. Absolutely, Pereira can be gone. Absolutely. But it is going to be a very entertaining exchange between the two of them because nobody is going for a takedown in that fight. So, they're both about the same height. But the thing that I don't really feel good about when it comes to Pereira is that he relies a lot on speed, the speed of his strikes, and the accuracy of his strikes. And I do believe that his accuracy will be there. But the thing is that Gon is used to being fast at that weight class. And I do believe that some of Pereira's speed is going to be lost. Remember, he was the middleweight champion. Now he's going to fight at heavyweight. Like, I just don't think. I mean, if Pereira can control,
trying to bring some action,
the distance.
Trump is super.
But again, like their reach is similar, their height is similar, except that Gon's body is conditioned for heavyweight fighting. And I think that Pereira is a big middleweight. He is an above average sized light heavyweight. But I don't know how he's going to be able to take strikes. Remember, he got knocked out by Israel Adesanya at 185.
Did he have a problem with that? Let's see. So the reason I asked you about when they were showing Trump is because I'm pretty sure you were with me. Maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe I misremembered. But I think you were with me when fucking what's his name? Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift were together, and everybody was getting upset that between plays they would always cut to Taylor Swift.
Oh, that if I was still watching that sport, I would probably just turn off the TV.
Okay. I felt like it was a stupid thing to get upset about because like nothing is like usually specifically with football, between plays. Usually what they're just showing is fucking just whatever bullshit and talking over it, maybe showing some stats. And instead of showing like the sideline, they're showing Taylor Swift because obviously they want to appeal to the people who are not there for the game because the people who are there for the game are going to watch the game.
Yeah, so you know what? Then lose your core audience then. Chasing some audience that won't care when they break up. Could you imagine if you started talking all that libtard stuff? Could you imagine if you started talking that libtard stuff just out of the fucking clear blue sky?
If who did?
The people that came to watch you would be like, yo, what the fuck is wrong with you? And then they would tune out.
Right. Well, that's right.
Well, again, nobody watches professional football.
I'm not trying to. My show is not a mass appeal show. It is a very niche thing.
Right.
Football is not. Football is
football only seems like it's mass appeal because it's considered to be one of the most popular sports. No, but the vast majority of people that watch football watch it for football.
Why do you think they have so many non-sports related sponsors? Why do they fucking wear pink for Breast Cancer Awareness Month? You think because the football players care about that? The football fans care about that? No, they're trying to bring professional sports. Is a central tenet of American culture. You know, baseball and apple pie. Watching a baseball game is it's not just about baseball, and that's why we make a big deal about the World Series, and I think the NFL has gotten bigger since that sentiment has been around. The Super Bowl is the most watched thing, especially in a post-cable cutting world. That's what it's for everybody.
No. I just think that if you want mass appeal, that's one thing. But to keep showing the same person over and over and over and over again is going to grate on some people's nerves.
And I fair enough, but
I think that like
fair enough. But my
Taylor Swift is less polarizing than Donald Trump.
That's fair, but they're both polarizing. And my point is that they're not showing Donald Trump on the UFC streams for you. They're showing showing Donald Trump on the UFC stream for other people who aren't really into UFC, but are there with friends or whatever. And it's like, oh,
no, I disagree. I disagree with part of that.
Okay,
I think that. And we talked about this early in the stream about the people that that would root for a Daniel Cormier versus a John Jones type. And these people are in, different, they have different views on morality in general.
Mm-hmm.
The average fight fan doesn't want to see a buttoned up, proper, nice, polite person. They get annoyed at that stuff, right? So when you're looking at the cross section of most of the MMA fans, the vast majority of them are going to agree with the tenets of where they're going with it. What I'm saying is it does not appeal to me. Thus, we're not covering that event.
Yet here you are still watching. So they've made the calculation.
No, but I only watch. But my thing is
fair. But hear me out.
Okay.
So they've made the calculation. UFC is a business. They've made the calculation that the people who don't like Trump but love UFC, they'll be annoyed, but they're still going to watch. Whereas other people may not really care about UFC, but are around it. They might care more because we are showing.
I agree with you. But for me, there's a line. Like I said, if they show Taylor Swift 2 or 3 times during the game, that's different than going to see where her face look after every fucking play. That would piss me off. But then again, it would piss me off no matter who it was. It doesn't matter who it is, right? Now, for me, whenever they would show Donald Trump in the past, it would just kind of like, okay, all right, whatever, and then you move on. But the last time was so over the top, where it was just what it looked like was a massive dose of cronyism, because they just kept showing all of his cabinet members over and over and over again, like they were some fucking royalty. And it's like, we want to watch the fights now. It got to the point where it was less about the fighters and more about Dana White sucking cock. And then once it got to that level, it's just like, okay, I'm good on that. So for me, if let's say they didn't do that weird shit the last time they put, because it was a Florida event, the last time that they put Donald Trump out there front and center, if they did it the way that they normally would have done it in the past, where it was just kind of like where they show him maybe 2 or 3 times, plus the walkout. Because normally when they start the main card, that's when Dana White comes out and the Secret Service and Donald Trump, and he's waving at everybody in the whole bit, right? And then they'll show him, a couple more times, and then supplementary, a fighter will get a finish and then run over to shake Donald Trump's hand. All that's cool. I'm cool with all of that. But the last time they did that, it was like Dana White strapped on some fucking knee pads and was just like balls on his chin deep with Donald Trump deep in his throat. And it's just like, I did not pay. And remember, it was a pay-per-view that he did this. I did not pay $80 to watch you suck Donald Trump's cock.
I paid
$80 to watch the fights.
Okay, and did you get to watch the fights?
Well, they just kept going there, but it takes your attention away. Now, it would be different if I was the Donald Trump cocksucker, then I probably would have been on my knees too. But since I'm not, it's just like, okay, now I don't trust that you're going to do a White House card and then actually just, celebrate America 250 years, show him a few times in the whole bit. I don't trust him to do that. I just think that it's just going to be Dana White on his knees with knee pads on, deep throating. And but once it crosses over into being a sycophant, once it crosses over, it'd be one thing. Oh, I'm a Donald Trump fan. I support his policies. I like what he says. That's one thing. But Dana White is just like deep throat, like balls deep on his chin. And it's like, dude, we get it. You like the current administration. I understand. But don't make the whole fucking production, because this is not the Donald Trump show. This is the UFC. And if he did that with Joe Biden, I would have the same issue.
Fair enough. My whole point is that if you said I paid to watch the fights, and you got what you paid for. And if you were this came from, are they showing while the round is going? If they're cutting away from the fighters while they are fighting, then that is an issue no matter who it is. if they are cutting away when there's nothing happening,
Look at Dan Jensen.
missing any of what you showed up for, then I don't understand the issue.
For me, it crossed over because there's a fine line, there's a balance when you do a production. And normally they toe the balance properly whenever they bring Donald Trump out, whenever he's at an event. They went way over the line in the last event where they just kept featuring him over and over and over and over and over again, to the point where I don't trust them to just have a really cool event like they did at the Sphere. What was that, 2024? Did you watch that event?
Nope.
Dude, it was the absolute best production value in UFC history. They have not even come close to that, but they said it cost them too much to do that, and they lost like $10 million.
Did they utilize the Sphere, or was
dude? You need, if you can go back and watch it, I highly, because it's probably free somewhere. Go back and watch that card. It was visually, I could not believe how good it was.
There you go.
I could not believe how good it was.
What number was that?
Let me look it up for you real quick. Like I said, I think that everybody has the right to support who they want to support, and that's not what I am criticizing. I'm criticizing going way overboard to where it's like, all right, dude, all right, we get it. UFC.
And again, this spans Trump, and this is not counting if they're going while the clock is running. But
UFC 306.
306. While if whatever is happening while the sport is not happening should not bother anybody that much.
I don't. If they came, well, let me ask you this: if they came out and brought that weirdo talking about, oh, this is my 97th day of being a girl, and they just kept bringing that motherfucker out in between fights, you would still have that opinion?
Yes, because I already have an issue with that person.
Nah, I would turn the fucking shit off.
Okay, so
I'm sorry, I would just turn that shit off.
You're missing the point. You're missing my point. So if you're saying that, hey, they are showing Donald Trump, and if you were saying they're showing Donald Trump too much, so I won't watch it anymore. That's a completely fair position. When I'm criticizing, I'm saying that I'm going to still watch and pay for this and get exactly what I paid for. And fine, I'm not saying you have to like everything about it, but make a sticking point and die on the hill they shouldn't be doing this. That doesn't make sense to me. It makes more sense with Trump. It makes it makes even less. It makes almost no sense with Taylor Swift.
In what context?
Because it doesn't matter. Why does it matter? It's not taking away from the sport. You're there for the sport.
But it is taking away from the entertainment value.
How so? How is it taking away from the entertainment value if they're showing the side?
Because the whole production. I mean, because if the production value,
and they're just walking around, and the coach is doing that, and they cut to the box, and then they cut to the scoreboard, all while they have graphics of stats, and they're talking about stats. Then how is that taking away from the entertainment value?
Because when they show the stuff that actually goes to the game, there are people that actually care about the ins and outs of the actual game. It's very similar in baseball. Like I was explaining to a client recently about baseball.
They weren't talking about football. They weren't talking about stats. They weren't talking about the play that just happened.
When they kept putting well, I don't watch the sport anymore. You know why I don't watch. You know why I don't watch. But you brought it up, so I'm just taking the lead from you. What I'm saying is, if you're constantly showing a woman who doesn't play football on the screen, you're not even showing the person she's connected to that actually plays the sport. There are people that actually care about the sport that want.
I'm not disagreeing with the sentiment. I'm saying it seems silly to me to let that ruin the experience of everything that you are still getting. If you showed up for a football game and you're getting a football game, and there's other things, I'm not saying you can't not like it. I'm saying it doesn't make sense to me personally to ruin your own enjoyment of what you came to the dance for because of the punch is the wrong color.
Well, I mean, remember we had this debate a few years ago, you and I, about whether the UFC is entertainment or a sport. Because we were talking about, the different things that the fighters might say leading up to a fight, or the kind of things that they might do, or their fighting style while they're in the fight. And you were saying that, if I don't want to misrepresent what your point was or what your opinion was at the time, but that the way that the fighter wants to entertain is just as important as the so-called sanctity of the sport is, because people pay to see the entertainment value, not just the sport itself. That was your position, if I'm not mistaken. So when you look at the UFC, when they do all of this stuff with their production, right? They want the camera angles to be the best. They want to put the camera and the microphone in the corner with the fighters. There were a sizable minority of people who liked the Rona. Remember, they kept doing the empty arena in the UFC Apex, and there were a lot of people that said, "Well, this is not as entertaining to me because there's no crowd." Well, do you want to watch a fight? Does the fight matter if there's a crowd or no crowd? But for some people, the entertainment value.
Perfectly wrong example, because I actually preferred the empty ones, because you could focus on.
I mean, you and I both, we preferred it. Why? Because you could hear the strikes better. You can hear the coaching. You can hear a lot of what was going on. For me, I felt more immersed in the fight. But for most people, they just felt like the entertainment value wasn't there because they didn't have a crowd there. So they didn't just pay to watch a fight. They also wanted to get the experience of hearing the crowd react to everything that was going on. Now, I'm with you.
Trump. They emptied the stadium for Trump.
No.
Oh.
No. I'm saying, I was talking about like back in those days, you and I were in the minority of people who enjoyed the empty Apex fights because of we were able to engage with the fights and enjoy them more. But the majority of people didn't like that era because they wanted, for them, the entertainment value had to do with the crowd. The crowd and hearing the crowd react during the fight. For a lot of people, I can't relate. I don't understand why. But for them, the entertainment value wasn't just the fights, but the entire experience of having fans in the crowd was important to them. So I can't really relate, but I guess I have to defer to them on that. But when you look at all of the money that the UFC puts in to the production value, they could just put one fixed camera on the octagon, and then that's your broadcast. But they don't do that. They try to get good commentary. They try to make sure the cameras, they even tried to do, remember when they tried for a little while that really trippy looking 4D camera thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. That shit was almost gave you a headache, but they were trying new things to get people more immersed in it. So when you take people out of the immersion for whatever reason, some people are going to like it, some people don't. Now, for me, in the past, for every event that they showcased Donald Trump, I thought that it was balanced enough where it didn't take away from the entertainment value. But the last time they had him there, it was like, okay, we get it. Like, good, please, you don't have to keep telling me over and over again, I support Donald Trump. You told me that 14 times in the last 20 minutes, and I heard you the first time. That's what it felt like. So for me, because they went from having it be a little bit more reasonable to just ridiculous. Now, the card that I was really looking forward to, which is the White House card, when I look into it and I extrapolate, I'm just kind of like, how are they going to do the production?
You're going to have to tell me a little bit more about that. The White House?
Because that's what this whole debate is about, by the way. You do know that they're going to fight in the lawn of the White House.
No, that's why I'm saying tell me more about it.
Ilya Topuria is going to defend his title against Justin Gaethje on the White House lawn.
I think we might have to watch that, boys.
That's what I'm trying to say. If you want to take over and you want to host a watch party for that weekend that we're probably just going to go travel somewhere, be my guest. But for me, when I first heard the idea of the White House show hosted by Donald Trump, I was excited. But they left a sour taste in my mouth when they really just overdid it in the last event where they featured them, where now I don't trust them to do it right. I just don't trust them to do it right.
So what made you initially excited about it?
Because it was going to be outside on the fucking White House lawn. That's fucking dope.
Well, are we sure about that? Because they said Fight Island was going to be outside.
No, but they had, they bait and switched us because they did put an octagon outside, but they only did it for the production of like shooting the videos to try to get you into it, and then they didn't fight outside. But it also makes sense too because you can't really fight outside. You'll get like a bunch of dust and sediment all over the place. You couldn't really do it in a way that would make sense. And then you would have guys putting out like full effort in the heat. You could actually have somebody die in the cage and not even get hit. So while we wanted to see them fight on Fight Island outside, logistically it really doesn't work.
It's done fine, but weird out. All right,
we only needed to have 6 fighters die. It would have been the only time.
Yeah, no big deal. Not like they can. Not like they can.
It would have been the only time.
But
yeah, like I was even a White House event hosted by Donald Trump, I was actually here for it. But they left such a sour taste in my mouth from the last time that they did that. I'm just like, oh, I can't even trust them to just make it about America and MMA. It was going to be we're worshiping at the altar of Donald Trump and burning incense and sacrificing children to the fucking idol Molech or some shit. Like, all you worshipers, everybody has the freedom of religion. If Donald Trump is your religion, you have the freedom of religion. But for me, I'm gonna take that weekend off. I'm good. We'll catch the next event after. Now, if it turns out that they had a good production and I skipped it, I'm gonna be mad. I'm gonna be mad.
It's not.
I'm like,
production, bro. If you know anything about Trump, they're gonna be the best. There's no way that it's not going to be the best card ever. Come on.
But the lineup is actually pretty weak. They released the card just a few minutes ago. It's a weak lineup. I'm really not. I'm not happy with the lineup. But then you also have to understand that fighters are on schedule. So depending on when they fought last and what injuries they suffered in those fights, you can't get all the biggest names there. Now, as much as I don't like John Jones and Conor McGregor, why aren't those guys there?
Has he?
I don't understand.
That's what would bring you back. John Jones.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I definitely expected John Jones to be on the card and for Conor McGregor to be on the card. Absolutely, 100%. And to me, that makes the card super weak when they're not on the card.
Fair enough, sir. But I'm going to run out.
How about Colby Covington? Put Colby Covington on the card.
That would be good. I forgot about that, dude. But yeah, man.
He hasn't fought in a long time.
So,
they gave him like 4 championship fights in a row. He lost all of them. They just kept giving him championship tries.
Well, when you got that, that's the Trump bump, baby. That's the Trump bump.
But yeah, man, it's nice to have you over here again with your Kratom and with Morty. We love fucking Morty. We love Morty. I don't care what anybody has to say. My viewers love Morty. Your viewers love Morty. And we need more of Morty. And so we need to actually get together behind the scenes so that when we come and visit you, we'll bring you some jars of organic peanut butter for Morty, because he's a good boy and he has deserved it for a really long time. Morty. Yeah, he's a good boy. He's a puppy. In my eyes, he's a puppy. So
always.
So we need, even if we just need to drop off a Morty care package, turn around, not even acknowledge you. Just drop that shit on your front porch like it was Amazon delivery. we need to get that for Morty. But Morty really likes sunflower seeds. How about pistachios?
I don't know because I'm allergic to pistachios, so I don't have them in the house.
So if you can't have it, he can.
He gets it, yeah. He gets all. I mean, I eat fucking bullshit. Most of my meals is a can of soup with some pasta in it. He's got fucking gourmet, high quality food every single day with a tasty.
Now I gotta ask you.
vitamin.
Now that you mentioned it, now that you mentioned your diet, before you go, I gotta ask you: are you still doing the push-ups?
Yeah.
That correspond for every $2.
Yeah.
You're still doing that.
Yeah, check the stream. We
all right. So Lutch, you do know what'll happen, right? When I show up to Joyzy, I'm gonna make you do the whole fucking push-up.
Well, the game is that if I can strengthen up by doing like half push-ups, then by the time we up the goal, then I'll be able to do the real push-up. Yeah.
No, it doesn't work that way because your muscles only get stronger in the range of motion that you work them. So if you only cut that range of motion in half, then those muscle fibers, those motor units will only work at that threshold. So you'll actually reduce your range of motion and your flexibility, and you can cause yourself inflammation and pain later on in life by cutting it in half.
All right, well, we're gonna have to make a date out of it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, when are we actually gonna do this? We've been talking about this for what, 2-3 years?
Yeah, I don't fucking leave my house. This is 99.9.999% of the time. I'm right here.
Are you still working at that restaurant?
Nope, I got fired. I don't know why I fucking took that job. I should have just.
Why did they fire you?
Well, I think because of this.
You didn't cover your hair with the hairnet. That's what it was.
Nope. They were definitely very liberal coded, and
I hate that.
I didn't talk about politics, but they knew I had a channel, and this was my server book.
Yeah.
So there's a bunch of
liberals piss me off, man. It piss me off so much. I don't even want to hear their content. I don't want to hear them talk.
Trust me, I'm with you there. But yeah,
I mean, we've been talking about this for a long time. A lot of people on your channel right now must think that I'm, some fucking manual transmission loving fucking libtard. I hate those motherfuckers too.
Somebody said, "Are you a commie?" Somebody asked if you knew what a woman was.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, but the thing is, you got to understand, I hate all the politicians. I hate them all. And the thing is, like, I dislike the political side that you guys dislike for the same reason you dislike them. But for me, I hold everybody to account. If I see that you're up to some fucking bullshit, and I see that some people are very willing to call out some bullshit, and then when there's bullshit on the other side, all of a sudden they're fucking blind, they can't see shit, then I'm just like, you know what? I'm out of the conversation. But I really despise liberals more than I despise Trumpers.
Dilly to that.
Because again, like just like they mentioned, do you know what a woman is? If you have to struggle to tell us what a woman is, I don't want to hear anything you have to say on any level about anything. I don't want to hear it. We need to normalize. No, we need to normalize you shutting the fuck up.
I would love to see. There's a dude, Box, who is a regular in my chat. He's our resident liberal, and we've got Trey, who's our resident black guy.
Oh, Trey Williams, right?
Yeah. So I'd love
of course,
to have a panel with you three and see where that goes.
Yeah. But also, like somebody said, is he a commie? You know the type of cars I drive, right?
I know you got the. Well, tell the audience. I don't know. I know you got a Benz. But...
No, I'm saying, but you know the type of cars I drive.
Yeah.
Like the amount of money that I charge for my services. I don't believe in communism, but I do believe in controlled greed. I think that people at the top should control their greed so that they don't kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. So the truth is not on one side or the other. It's usually somewhere in the middle. So that's why I try to keep a level head. I try not to go too far to the left or too far to the right because it does not make a whole lot of sense to me to do so. So, and what ends up happening is I alienate everybody. The liberals don't like me, and the conservatives don't like me.
Welcome to my life. I hear you, brother.
Yeah. We need to set something up.
What?
We need to set something up.
Absolutely. Yeah. I know, Saturdays for you. Yeah, so Sundays would probably be ideal for me.
Sundays?
Yeah.
Early in the day.
I mean, what's early for you is different than early. Early in the day for me is like 2 p.m.
It's like 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Because sometimes I do have clients I work with on Sunday evenings.
Okay.
Sometimes in person where they live or where I live. No, Travis, you're actually incorrect. Travis thinks that I'm far more left than right. I'm actually not.
You're right.
I'm actually not. If
absolutely right, Travis.
I definitely am more. I'm more like moderate right. When I was in my early 20s, I was definitely firmly in the middle left. But as I got older, I kept going towards the middle, and then crossed over a little bit into being slightly on the conservative side. But the thing is that I don't really talk about the liberals because their bullshit is obvious. I don't need to keep talking about that because it's obvious. Like, you can't, and that's why I was saying, like, anytime I see a conservative drinking Bud Light, I'm gonna make fun of you because I'm not letting that go. I'm not letting that go. And a lot of people have this misconception.
Come over to my channel because I'm being extremely respectful of this platform and not fighting back on all the bullshit that you're saying. So, yeah, don't my silence as agreeing with this.
Nobody. We don't need on this platform. We don't need people to agree, and we know that Lutz doesn't agree. Everybody knows that Lutz doesn't agree. Again, you don't have to say it because we already know. We already know. But Travis is incorrect when he says left and right. Definitely more right than left. But I don't talk about the other stuff because I think that it's pretty fucking obvious. Now, a lot of people have a misconception about black people in general. Black people are traditionally conservative, but they voted Democrat because the so-called conservatives always had some fucking racist tint to whatever it is that they wanted to do, and they turned off. And then the Democrats are like, well, we'll give you some some welfare that you didn't have to work for. And then they start with the pandering, and the pandering gets mistaken as support. The Democrats don't like black people either. So what people don't really understand is that socially black people are way more conservative than even white people tend to be on average. It's just that it's not seen that way because black people always vote Democrat, but they're not voting Democrat for the reasons that people think that they're voting Democrat.
Well, and now they're not voting Democrat as much anymore.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, the Democrats are just, they ain't it, but the Republicans ain't it either. What are you gonna do? Go to the Green Party? Like,
yeah,
the Libertarian Party hasn't been able to like really gain any real headway.
Yep. But all right, brother, I got one more panel I got to visit before I am going to bed for the night. It was.
We know you ain't going. Look at the time. We know that you ain't going to bed until like 4 hours from now.
Okay, but going to bed for I am at a rate of going. I'm on right now. When I'm on and I'm drinking, then it takes time to wind down. So if I
so when you drink alcohol, it winds you up?
Well, when I'm fucking fighting with people like you, yeah.
That doesn't even make sense to me.
It makes absolute perfect sense to anybody who drinks.
Alcohol is a depressant. It's supposed to kind of make you
So anyway, when I get drunk and I'm yelling and shit, it takes a while to wind down. So if I go to bed at 11, 12 o'clock, then I'm gonna be up until 2. But like I'm watching TV, I'm bringing it down. But
all right. Oh, have you watched that new Game of Thrones shit?
Yeah, that shit was badass. Shit was bad.
I was surprised.
You're not on
because I thought it was gonna be like another spinoff.
Yeah.
And it was gonna be like But dude, even the little kid is my favorite fucking character. What do you call him? Egg?
Yeah, Egg.
That dude's the shit. Anyway, let me let you go. We'll see you probably, whenever you want to come through here, and if you want to disrespect the platform, go right on ahead. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna let you disrespect the platform so that people could know what's what.
Well, I have no need to disrespect the platform, but I will tell you that I am live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. And we do very much talk about politics and culture. The idea isn't so much about, reading the news or regurgitating talking points, but learning to better understand what people are saying when they're, jumbling up words, and how to better talk to the people that you disagree with. Again, live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and Morty is always there. So come on through. Thank you so very, very much for having me, Dr. Evil Genius, and I'm sure I will be back soon. Until next time.
All right, now I'm going to go single. I'm going to go single on your shit now. All right? This is the Talking Shit podcast. You see up here. Wait, where is it? Oh, yeah. Is it right? Yeah, right there. You see that right there? Yeah, right there. Okay, I did it right. This is Talking Shit podcast. We let people say what the fuck they want here, as long as we are respectful of each other and we attack ideas and not people. I am a moderator on the Indian Jesus platform. Lutch and I go several years back, and I do enjoy his progress. Where are you at with subscribers? What's your subscriber count right now?
Like 5.2, 5.3, something like that.
So, he got over the 5,000 mark. So I'm proud of the brother. He's always moving up and speaking up for what he believes in. And that's what the TSP platform is about. We let people say what they want to say, even though he chose not to. He can still say what he wants to say on his way out. We still love him anyway. And here we allow people to talk their shit, whatever it is that, you have an opinion on. But we like to share ideas, and we like to do so respectfully. And we cover MMA on the channel. So it's usually me and Captain Paul. You'll see Mrs. Evil here every now and again. And then sometimes you will find that Lutch is here. And, we have fun doing the thing. So, muted. Thank you again so much for gracing us. Again, we wish you were here a little bit more often. And again, if you want to call me out on my bullshit, hey.
All right,
call me out, man.
Okay, so the thing is, I've been doing more like this is a roll up and chill stream. So like instead of just rolling up watching TV, I probably get up and roll up, and then like I said before, it's debate night, so I go around and hop on and just say what's up before I go to bed. So I can definitely, right. I'm not sure that I'm going to be doing this more often, but if I am, I will definitely stop by.
Yeah, of course. All right. So thank you for coming by. We love you over here. And yeah, Morty, we're bringing peanut butter for you, buddy. And shout out to your chat. Your chat doesn't like me, and that's fine.
They don't like me. They just like
me. But it's all good because I understand why. Like I don't judge them for it because I understand exactly what a lot of the frustrations are with modern society in general. So, it's all fair, it's all good, it's all love. But thank you for stopping by, Lutch, and I appreciate you in your chat.
Peace. Oy, 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 oy. So, I mean, a big shout out to I'm gonna go through your chats here, but a big shout out to Dr. Genius. I really do appreciate the man. He, he was when I was starting out, he was really big. I got a lot of I got a lot of people who maybe aren't around as much anymore, but came over here and help pop this off. It's a little frustrating. It's like no politics, and then talks about politics, and I'm like, yeah. Well, and that's the thing. He specifically said, I don't want to talk politics. So I'm not going to say, like, well, obviously, this about what you said or that what you said. Like, I mean, and again, full, all due respect. I completely understand that, he's got a wife, he's got a life, he's got things going on where he doesn't need to worry about, the bullshit. And if you could do that, like, fair enough. But I get triggered easily. You say some shit, then I want to say it back. And like, you give it to me at the end and be like, oh, so when you first said this, and when you first said that, and then over that, and then you said this, I'm not going to do that. And unfortunately, that is why, like I said. So if you're not familiar, the UFC streams are usually like the actual UFC event is usually about 6 or 7 hours with the pre-card. The pre-paper, the early card, the main card, and then it might start at like 6-ish p.m. and then go till 12:30. And I used to be every single Saturday there, not knowing that I could stream like I just was. So it wasn't on my channel; it was just hanging out there. And yeah, we had a good time. But we got to we got to a point where because I'm me, we were talking about politics a lot, and he was just getting to a place where he's like, all right, I don't really want to get into that. I don't want to get into that. I don't want to get into that. And it's like, okay, well then we're just gonna sit here and watch our own thing. It's like I can't really afford to give away 7 streaming hours if I can't get anything out of it. And so I mean, like, me and him talk. I mean, not every day or anything, but he'll send me an article or a video. I'll send him a tweet. We talk. But yeah, it's not the place to really talk about politics. Let's see, what were you guys saying when we were up there? There's a lot. Yeah, like there's only so much to say about the fights, and we'd be like, ooh, oh, ah, ooh, oh, that was crazy. Damn, we were there for a minute. I'm still scrolling. Oh man, Trey was loving it. Nordic One says this guy needs help. That's exactly what I mean. Like, that's, at the end of the day, this is my job. Nordic Foreign comes in, sends a super chat, and immediately he's like, all right, I can't do this. It's not personal, man. It's not personal. It's just like, we do very different things. He's mad about politics showing up in his fight world. Yeah, which again I think is I think that's fair. But the same thing I said with the Taylor Swift thing. I thought it was stupid when football fans were getting mad that they were showing Taylor Swift in between plays. Like, how much does that matter? Is that not when you go talk to your friends about the last play, take a piss, get a beer? I don't get it. I don't get it. Yeah. Sorry, guys. So, I tagged people in Discord to see if anybody wanted to come up, and nobody did. I'll drop the link if anybody wants to come up. But I don't know. We'll see what's going on with And then the other thing is, like, I realized that I can't necessarily I gotta be careful with which streams I go onto, because if I go somewhere and it's different but close enough, then like, oh, there's a number of people who used to be regulars in here, and now I bet you if we pull up Conflicts of Stream, they're going to be on the panel.
It's the worry, you know.
The yes or no question.
That's the concern.
2:30 in the chat. Is Avery here? And so, you know, I aside from the, you know, the debate thing where it was like, where am I? Where it's like, you know, I didn't want, as much as I love debating things that I care about, I don't really want to care. I don't care enough about debating to just do a debate on a random thing. And that's what a lot of these are. Horseradish probably has the best format in terms of, you know, shorter debates and taking those debates. And then obviously I like the Swords of Reason with Speakeasy, but it has to be something I care about. I'd rather cover one of their debates and us break down their debate than me sit on a panel and, you know, maybe get in 3 words here or there. You know what I mean? All right, so here's what are we gonna do? Because I did put some stuff on Twitter that I wanted to show you guys. I don't think it's too much. Just pop in and see what's good, and then I'm gonna go smoke the weeds. I mean the tobacco that I rolled up. So this is the same clip we just watched before. It was like, you might think that you're smarter than me. Andrew Ross said, you're not smarter than me, Warren. I was gonna do that. All right, me. What did we go Oh, okay, we definitely have to do that. Okay, we could start here. All right, let's start here. Did you guys hear about the mayor that was getting attacked and he ran away? You get this one for free. Next time, it's 99 cents. I am way too old. I am way too old to be doing this shit. Did I even do it right? I don't even know how to do it. There you go. So, the San Francisco mayor was attacked in the streets of San Francisco because it's San Francisco. And, you know, the security guard is there and dude just walks away. So, let's watch and see what you guys think. This is the mayor. This is the security guard. Okay. I mean, that's basically it. They're fighting, but he walks away. The main thing is that he's here, and then he walks away. Do you think that he's a pussy for that? Do you think he's a pussy for that? All over. Everybody on the right is like, oh, see, you left is all betas. All fucking betas. What a weakling. I disagree. What exactly is the purpose of having security? So that you don't get into fights on the street? So you get security, you get attacked, security's handling it. He probably told him to leave because what the fuck is this fucking literally beta San Franciscan gonna do? I don't know. I found it stupid. What was this? Pre-trans versus trans. Yes, pre-trans versus trans. Better. I went from a strong and confident woman to a shell of my former self with a depressed and vacant stare. Testosterone absolutely muted my personality and emotions. It took away my ability to feel. This is what trans does. takes a perfectly fine creature of God or the universe or whatever, or nature, and destroys them inside and out, all for a lie. As a detransitioner, I will never, I will forever live with the physical and psychological damage from trans ideology and medical gender transition. I mean, obviously, not a fan of the haircut. Clearly trying to butch it up. But, like, she could have looked decent. She could have looked decent if she tried. Now, like, what is this? What is this? And you just have no personality, you have no emotions. Crazy. Wakanda forever. First one, Black Panther was good. Black Panther 2 sucked. You never saw it? Oh, you should see it. You should see it. I'm thinking about, okay, so put a 1 in the chat if you saw that I was live, and I was live from my phone, so I have like a stand here. So it was from like this angle. So this is live on YouTube, and it's just like exactly what you're seeing here, except it would be vertical if you're on the horizontal, but it would just be that. Then in the description would be a link to a Rumble stream where we're watching a movie or TV show or something copyrighted. I've been thinking about doing that, obviously, because we can't do copyrighted stuff on YouTube. But I'm worried that nobody's gonna do that, and then people are gonna pop into the YouTube stream and not click the link and leave, and then it's gonna fuck up my analytics. It's like I try to set it up in Discord, but nobody fucking uses Discord. Y'all join Discord and then turn the notifications off, and then don't fucking see anything that we say. I don't know what that is, but if you wanna give me a search term, $5 for a side quest. $5 for a side quest. The Biden admin spent our tax dollars making maps gay. I literally thought this was AI. I thought this was a joke. It's not a joke.
Can you tell me what is queering the map?
So I think we're trying to make the maps more gay.
Literally? That's,
well,
how do you make a map more gay?
I mean, especially
or
with
gay
AI,
at all?
you know, since the age of cartography, we've had pretty good maps.
Can you tell me what is queering the map?
So I think we were trying to make the maps more gay.
Literally? That's,
well,
how do you make
know.
a map more gay?
I mean, especially
or
with
gay
AI,
at all?
you know, since the age of cartography, we've had pretty good maps, but maybe they weren't gay enough. So I know also I took critical theory in college. I think sometimes people use. I do understand that the map.
You took critical theory. Now it makes sense. Now it makes sense that the maps aren't gay enough. Fucking pardon?
I took critical theory in college. I think sometimes people use queer as a verb. I do understand that the maps that we were trying to make gay were, I think, of Czechia and Slovakia. So maybe those countries asked for it. I doubt it, but I don't know.
We do have real things to work on in Congress, like what's going on with the imminent threat of Iran. And it is embarrassing that we have to talk about the fact that things like this are funded non-binary and trans francophones, linguistic attitudes and ideologies towards inclusive French in Montreal, Canada, these things. I'm going to give you a list. My time has expired. I'm going to give you a list of these. And any of these that you can provide me the receipt for, the Facebook link to where they wanted to take photos of how they were doing.
All maps are gay. A stolen land. Delete, fucking delete. There we fucking go. There we fucking go. I don't know. Am I woke? You tell me.
A DEIA flash mob in Kyrgyzstan, you know, whatever documentation they have of all of these things, we would love to see that and would absolutely love to know the individuals specifically that were busy writing these grants because they have no business receiving another paycheck from the people of the United States of America. In that,
Meme is spreading, guys.
Representative Schneider.
I like that the meme is spreading on stolen land. All right, a couple more things here. What do we got? Okay, so you see this? Yeah. So this says, this is what AI was made for. This is what AI was made for. I want you to, I want you to put a 1 in the chat if you think you're going to agree that this is a good use of AI. Before we see what it is, put a 1 in the chat if you have trust. And you'll be like, all right, I don't love the AI takeover, but this works. Anybody? Does anybody think that they will approve of this particular use of AI that I'm about to show you? Nobody? All right, let's see. About to change your mind. About to change your mind.
Breastfeeding is weird as hell, bro. I mean, my food. Breastfeeding is weird as hell, bro. I mean, my food comes out of my mom. What is that all about? Like, is she supposed to be my parent or my fucking friend? My mom said I have to start potty training. I'm like, excuse me? You want me to go to another room and sit on a cold seat instead of shitting comfortably in bed? Are you fucking serious? Someone asked me what I want to be when I grow up. I'm like, never mind what I'm going to be. I still haven't figured out what I am right fucking now. Mom keeps wrapping me in blankets, so I'm thinking of some kind of burrito maybe. Mom says I have to eat my vegetables if I want to get big.
Black
Like,
one.
oh yeah, Mom? I have to eat my vegetables to do that?
Nope, these are real babies. These are real babies, Dick.
Get big. I'm like, oh yeah, Mom? I have to eat my vegetables to do that? You sure? So I know for a fact your ass didn't get that big, eat no motherfucking vegetables. I said a swear word, and my dad threatened to wash my mouth out with soap if I said it again. I'm like, do what you gotta do, Dad. Just promise me you won't use the same bar of soap that you wash your fat fucking ass with. I had a rough night nursing last night. It's like I have no self-control, you know? I keep telling myself, it's fine. I'll just get a little tipsy. But no, I'm totally fucking tit-faced, bro. Grown-ups always tell kids not to play with our food. But my food is boots. So how my dad can play with my food, but not me? That's fucking fair. Who the fuck came out with pacifiers? Like, bro, I'm crying because I want to suck on a boot, not some fake rubber nipple. You want to pacify me? Then get those milk cord out, because baby wants boobies.
Get those milkers out.
iPad kids, so while other kids get bedtime stories, I got autoplay. And my lullaby is just YouTube asking me if I'm still watching. My first word wasn't mama, it was skip ass. I just got baptized and I don't know what that means. But all I know is at one point some old guy in white robes tried to goddamn drown me. Like, what the hell was that about? Sometimes I'll wake up in the morning and wonder who shit my diaper. There's no poop there when I went to sleep. Was it you, Dad? Did you do it? I'm watching you, man. Mom says I'm the reason she drinks. Well, you know what, Mom? Sometimes I wish you drank me instead of all the siblings I don't have, so I wouldn't have to see you drunk off your ass every night. I was born last year, and the first thing I remember is a doctor flipping me.
Oh my God, Morty.
Smacking me on my butt. Like, what the hell did I do, bro? Why are you spanking me already? I just got here.
Cute. Morty, come on, man. You're directly on the thing. Please. You have the whole bed. You always are in the worst spot. Thank you, Bubba. Right there. Oy vey. Can you see this? Oh, I don't even know what the context was for this. So Douglas Bonaparte said at some point in your life you will eat an edible and think it's not working. It's very important that you do not eat a second one. Basic shit. And Andrew Tate goes, no, I won't, because I've never tried drugs and never will. Cool, bro. If you are still not watching The Pit, I don't understand you. If you don't want your brain melted by AI, then you need to be watching things that have actual value. The Pit is the best. Maybe you guys don't understand this. First of all, it's not some soapy shit like that. It basically is a dramatized documentary of the entire season as one shift in real time, a 15-hour shift. The lead won, I forget what all the 5 categories are, but like Emmys, Oscars, whatever the fuck it is. All 5 of the awards that you could win as a lead actor in a series. He won them all from season 1. Season 1. So similar thing as 24. I actually haven't seen 24. I that's definitely high on the list next. But yeah, so in 24, each episode is a full day, right? But in The Pit, each episode is 1 hour. So like season 2 takes place on July 4th. So episode 1 is 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. Episode 2 is 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. So on and so on and so on and so forth. Maybe I'm not into first responder, but yeah. Even my dad, Papa Lutch, Dr. Papa Lutch, who hated House, hated fucking CSI, all those things, because like all I could pay attention to is how wrong all the fucking medical stuff is. He was when he was up here for the baby shower on his way home, they had The Pit on the plane. He was like, all right, I'll give it a shot. He was like, whoa, this is way better than I expected. Daddy, da balloon boss. Don't forget about that one. That's a good one. But yeah, so even he is like, no, I'm not even gonna watch it. And then he's like, oh shit. And again, even the concept itself, like the character work is beautiful, the camera work is beautiful, but just the concept itself of we're going to spend 15 hours in the ER as 15 hours of real time passes. It's not 1-to-1, because like the episodes would be like 58 minutes or something. It's not 1-to-1, but it's essentially real time. It's brilliant. And DM me somewhere on X or whatever. Are you guys following me? If you're not following me, please fucking follow me. But shout out to King Nirvana. Got all the links, so you can watch it on the low for free. All right, what else we got here? Yeah, they're saying, due to dishonesty, checkout is closed. Sorry to all the honest people. Like, this was inevitable, right? And I'm like, good. I never use that shit. They want me to be a cashier, then fucking pay me. More low-skilled jobs are needed anyway, since people can't even fucking read. All right, this is the one. This is the one, bro. This is the one. I'm warning you. This is going to be both really cheesy and also might make me cry again. What the fuck was that?
Sound that night, he would not be here. If Ghost hadn't made the sound that night, he would not be here. I didn't know his name. He didn't know mine.
Gangster.
But that night,
yeah,
we kept each other alive. Yep.
I'm sorry, Sam. You're a nice guy. But times are tough, and I'm just not ready for this.
I didn't know anything about him back then, but he was dealing with his own stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we got Discord, we got Twitter, we got TikTok, I can only do so much, guys. I can only do so much.
As for me, I was running out of things to hold on to.
Okay.
What was it like for you? Confusing.
And before you ask, obviously, yes, this is AI as well.
I stopped expecting anyone to come back.
But you were still in a home at this point?
Okay, that didn't...
But nobody was really there for me. We didn't know each other yet.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't even know we were on the same clock. But we were.
Well, that's a funny thing, right? That the more dishonest you are, the more likely you are to use self-checkout. Yep, they really have dogs set up in a podcast studio.
But we were. It didn't fall apart all at once.
Well, guys,
it was a lot.
The other option, as I keep fucking telling you, is to send me an email so that we have some way to communicate other than hoping that we cross paths At the same time, I'm going to put my email address in the chat again. In the Indian Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Jesus official at gmail.com. If you send me an email, it's not like I'm 36. It's not like I'm sending out spam email, but at least that's there. Like, for example, equality and deference. Because of the fact that he also doesn't have any other social media, and he's the only one that shows up on Rumble, then if I'm not going to stream on Rumble or something, I send him an email so that he's not wondering. Other than that, it's there. Oh, okay. So at least we have somewhere. If for some reason, I'm on a panel and something happens and somebody goes crazy or something, the channel gets nuked, then it just we're done. We're done. So I mean, something. All right. It's supposed to be fucking emotional.
A lot of little things.
That's me. That's literally me.
Little did I know this one action would lose me a roof.
This'll teach you to keep your trap shut.
Oh my dog. Your original humans kicked you out.
Oh my dog.
I should have made more noise back then, but at first I thought they were just taking me for a walk or something like that.
So when did you realize something was wrong?
When they didn't come back. Then I stopped expecting them to.
Oh. That's me. That's you, Morty. I have not. I don't fully know what that is. I don't really know. Because I mean, you could send Rumble rants on Rumble, but I don't know what the Rumble wallet is. So I'm not really trying to get in all that. Dear Mom and Dad,
Then,
I'm
one
gonna say
fateful night. By then, I was tired. Not scared, not upset, just tired. He carried a scent stronger than any other human that walked past. What kind of scent? The kind of scent that he was carrying something heavy. That sound wasn't on purpose. I wasn't asking for help. I just couldn't hold it in.
Oh. Just highlights how fucking important 40 is to me.
I got you, buddy. You were that close to crossing the bridge?
I could feel my body slowly shutting
Rainbow
down.
Bridge.
The cold was unbearable. But he didn't say anything big. No promises. No speeches. He just sat down next to me.
No sudden movement, no race to a vet, but I felt that was the moment.
That moment? It wasn't when he took you in?
No. It was when he stayed.
Oh.
I didn't fix his life, nor did he fix mine. But we weren't alone anymore.
That's you, Mort.
He didn't suddenly know what to do. And I didn't suddenly trust him. You tired, buddy? Let's get a ride home.
He looks good, but we'll do some more checkups.
Okay, thank you.
Your first vet visit, were you scared?
Yeah. But not as much as my dad.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still getting used to calling him that.
Oh.
Who's a good boy? Look at that tail go. Daddy's home. You're such a good boy. Oh, look at you, you happy dog. You're so silly. Who's a good boy? One day I realized I wasn't waiting anymore. I was home.
I'll see you two around.
Take care.
Clap that ass.
You know what, Ghost? Today will be a good day.
So all your problems disappear? Just like that?
Not really. He still has a money problem,
Mhm.
and I still need to take pills. But we got better at handling them. We weren't perfect, and we still aren't. But we're okay now. Thank you for letting me share my story. You'll take care of him?
Wait for it.
Honestly? Come on, Ghost. Time to go home, bud. He's got me. I'm sure they'll be fine.
Oh man, it warms my fucking heart. All right, anything else here? What was this?
Violated her personal
Oh,
space.
no, no, no,
I'm
this
not
was-
helping you. I don't care anymore. Took a filed a formal complaint.
This was the chick I was talking about before. Insane. And fucking insane. You're weird. Like, what? Like, are you being serious? Because you said it like 6 times? Have you never watched, like, a cartoon before?
I'm not helping you. I don't care anymore. Tika filed a formal complaint alleging that Daniel's actions were inappropriate and violated her personal space. Her legal team argues that even in emergency situations, you do not have the right to touch another person without consent.
Right? A woman walking the street, obviously, she didn't look both ways, right? Just a standard, I guess, nowadays. She's not looking both ways. Nothing new there, I guess. Nothing fucking new. She walks on the street, a car almost hits her at 50 miles per hour. A guy runs, grabs her, like by here, and pulls her out. And she's like, dude, I just saved your life. And guess what she did? She sued him